Yes. Good morning, Solar Decathletes. It's me, Amanda, again, and I'm back with you for the rest of the day. So, are you guys ready to rock the day? Yesterday, we saw an amazing variety of solutions. We have so many creative ideas from you to tackle climate change with these four building types. Today, we get to hear from the jury. But first, before we look forward, let's take a quick look back. We get to hear from three students and three faculty leads, and they will be interviewed by two special people. We have Ashok Lal, who we all know so well. He is one of our foremost leaders in net zero, resilient buildings, and a visionary educator. Ashok has been a mentor to Solar Decathlon India team from a very early stages. With Ashok, we also have Pradeep Pradamnath, and you know Pradeep from one of our webinars earlier this year. He's an alumni of Solar Decathlon from his IIT Bombay team when they competed in China. Currently, he is researcher at NUS in Singapore focusing on advanced PV technology. So, Ashok and Pradeep, over to you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, friends. Greeting to all who have chosen to dedicate some precious moments of this Sunday morning to tune into this discussion today. As already discussed, I have the pleasure of Mr. Ashok Lal here with me and three students and three faculty members who put their time and effort behind the competition here. So let me start introducing the students first, and then we'll move on to the faculty members. Let's introduce the students who are the heart and soul behind this Solar Decathlon India. We have Ramya Kannan, who is a master's student at School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. She also has a bachelor's in architecture, and she's in master's in sustainable architecture here. And her areas of interest include facade optimization, net zero buildings and energy retrofits, low carbon design, urban heat island mitigation, vernacular architecture, and so on and so forth. She is the team lead of Team E-Cache, team comprising master students from the same college of Vijayawada, and they are the finalist team. Next, we have Manas Avinashe, who is a third year architecture student at Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. He has attended the bioclimatic earth design workshop at Auroville Earth Institute, where he was exposed to the world of sustainable architecture for the first time. And I guess that kicked his mojo. And he is now here. He participated in the design competition. And his area of interest includes building physics, climatology, sustainability, sociology, affordability, and climate action. He was a team he was team member of Team Metamorphosis. Then we have Shresht Singh, a second year mechanical engineering student at Manipal Institute of Technology. His areas of interest includes energy systems for green buildings, passive strategies to decrease power consumption, thermodynamics, energy production, distribution, and safety specialization. He was a member of Team Zero. Moving on, we also have faculty members who were the pillars of strength and guidance behind the students' team. First, we have Rabia Samin. She is an assistant professor at M.H. Sabu Siddiq College of Engineering, Mumbai. She has a bachelor's and master's in environmental engineering and technology. Her areas of expertise includes water management and wastewater management, solid waste management, disaster management, mitigation, and measures. She was a faculty member for Team Sustainabuilds, composed of fourth-year students of M.S. Sabu Siddiq College and IES College of Architecture, Nasi Monji Institute of Management Studies, and all of them in Mumbai. Next, we have Mini Sastri. She was the adjunct professor at RV College of Architecture, Bangalore. She has a B.Arch from Vastukala Academy of Architecture and a master's in environmental and energy studies from AA London. Her areas of expertise include passive and energy efficient buildings, affordable housing, green buildings, climate, and resilient buildings. She was a faculty member for Team Evolution of comprising third and fourth year students from RV College of Architecture and IIT Madras. Finally, we have Mr. Gunjan Kumar. He is an assistant professor at Institute of Engineering and Management, Kolkata. He has a bachelor's in mechanical engineering and a master's in fuel engineering, and he is currently pursuing his PhD. His areas of expertise include mechanical engineering, fuels, and energy, probably energy efficiency as well. We wholeheartedly welcome you all to this discussion, and let me lay out to you that we are going to ask you some questions, some easy, few difficult questions as well, and we would appreciate your honest and unambiguous answers to them. We believe sharing your experiences would not only motivate thousands of other students to take up these competitions in future, but will also help organizers and us in improving the competition. So without further ado, I hand over the mic to Ashok to begin this discussion. Ashok, please.
Yeah, hi everybody. And first of all, of course, goes without saying, congratulations for having participated. And I've been watching some of the work that has been done by student groups, and it is amazing. It is inspiring. And we look forward to a future in the hands of young people. And what's so crucial about this is that this is students and faculty, primarily students supported by faculty, who have put themselves out to do this amazing work. It was quite a long journey for all of you. It was quite a long journey. You didn't know where you'll be reaching when you started out on it. You didn't know what it was all about. You just you jumped into like the deep end of the pool, right? And of course, we have to kudos to the team at Decathlon to set it up in such a fantastic manner, to take you through the steps. So the big question that's in front of me and for all of you, and I'll start with you, Ramya, is how do you say you're a changed person? Who were you before and who are you now? Has this incredible experience transformed you in some way? It'd be nice to know.
I was studying sustainable architecture, primarily in optimizing buildings, and I was heavily focused on that. But when I entered this competition, especially its multidisciplinary approach, it just opened up whole new realms of sustainability. Like there was a lot of unlearning, which I didn't realize is going to happen. I had to learn where to start, how to integrate sustainability from the landscape, from the beginning of the design, and how sustainability is not a good to have, but like a fundamental in the design. And the way I would design buildings now is absolutely transformed.
Well, it's good to hear that. So it's the process and the experience that has widened your vision, and it has made you realize that it is a group work. It goes across disciplines, and it has, as you say, it's fundamental. And not only is it fundamental, it is something that sort of has its roots and tentacles across the order of society and the way we live. It's not, it's really far-reaching stuff. Yeah, so thank you. Pradeep, you want
Thanks,
to ask
Ramya.
the others?
Yeah. Thanks, Ramya. That was great. So, Manas, how will you describe yourself as a student, and an individual before and after the competition? Like a student, Manas as a student before the competition, and what his life as a student has changed, and what changes have been inflected into his personal life as well. Have you done some changes? Have you changed the way you use energy equipment? Have you changed the way you use equipments and appliances around you? Has anything of that happened? So we'd like to hear about that as well.
Okay. Thanks for giving me opportunity. So basically, SDI Solar Decathlon made us learn a lot of new things, and because of those all things, now I approach to climate action in a very different way, in a very interdisciplinary way, And lifestyle changes, like in the meanwhile, when we were in the midst of the competition, we realized that building sector is only some part of what we can really do to mitigate the climate change, and a lot of it should come from individuals choosing to change their lifestyle, like us choosing to consume less, us choosing to buy less, and because of that, now I've like we made an activity that we took an oath in our team that everyone among us will take an oath towards climate action. So people were coming, like some girls from my team were saying that they won't buy new clothes, and they'll like try to use the old clothes in a different fashion, so that was really interesting to know. I myself like committed that I won't be using my bike now. I instead use my bicycle every time to go outside. So that way lifestyle change is very important. And yeah, SDI has transformed me by the learnings it gave, a lot of knowledge. And not only that, as we were practicing it, I mean, it allowed us to assimilate it properly. So it's now deep down in me, and I can, it is just like not some other kind of stuff you read on internet. Like you can always read about articles of how people are working on climate action, but now we were not reading about it, right? So that was my experience. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Shresh, how has
Yeah.
your approach to climate change has changed before? Like before you participated in this institution or in this organization, in this Solar Decathlon India, were you so aware of climate change, and were you so aware of the actions that need to be taken to mitigate climate change? And what is your approach now?
Yes, sir. In accordance to the awareness to climate change, I think everybody has a sense of what climate change is and the far-reaching outcomes of it. But in terms of the solutions, is I think where most of my learning took place. I had never had imagined that on an individual level or on the level of a company trying to inculcate sustainability into their buildings can bring about this much change that I got to know through the interaction with my seniors, the team members from architecture I had. They, I would say, opened new avenues wherein I could research about how sustainability can be inculcated into our everyday lifestyle. So, the most important aspect that comes to my mind right now is the interactions I had with people and the different schools of thought that I could, know about is the most important takeaway from the competition, I would say right now. So those are the things that stood out for me.
Great, 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 great to hear that. Isn't it, Ashok? Like great to hear that
Yeah,
they have
yeah,
changed their personal life as well. Not only the learnings.
yeah,
The learnings go penetrate deep into their life.
yeah. Well, when you work very hard and consistently towards a goal, and you feel yourself committed to something, I think it's bound to transform you, and it's actually a life lesson. Let's. I think we can all vouch for this one statement, which says, "Nothing worthwhile is achievable without extremely hard work and dedication."
Amazing.
That's just absolutely true. And so that's the path I presume you might be on. We'll see how it goes. Now, shall we look to the faculty? Pradeep? Shall we ask them?
So
What's been their story?
yes,
I can
why
see
not?
Minnie beaming away, and so Minnie, you've done this kind of work many times over. Um, let me put this in a little perspective, because uh, this particular competition differs from many other competitions, all right? In its structure, in its objectives, in its process. Uh, there are many other competitions that have been happening, and you've been leading many student teams to do that kind of stuff. But now, if you were to think of this word Decathlon India experience, what would you say about it? What's been your journey?
Sure. Sure, sir. Thank you so much. Firstly, Solar Decathlon entire team, Prasad, Vaidya, Shokla, sir, Pradeep, the entire team. Really kudos to all of you. It has been a magical journey, if you ask me. Truly magical. Uh, in the sense that, the faculty is also involved in, upgrading the knowledge with the students. The real, the charming part of this whole journey, according to me, was also the self-learning modules. So the faculty got involved, and slowly, even those team members who were not a part initially of the decathlon team, they showed interest because there was so much of knowledge being shared through those self-learning modules. It was upgrading yourself, revising the concepts, and with the updated technologies. So that whole process was really a breather, because otherwise you are just delivering, you are teaching, you have your research projects, but this was like a breather. So you take out time, and you also learn, and see what is there to be taught in the latest technologies to the students. So that was a very, very very interesting, and very I very enhancing part of solar decathlon. Besides that, I also, we all felt it was, something what I want to communicate here is something which the Dean of RV also felt, and I strongly feel, is that it gave us, an insight that, currently in most of the institutes, the architectural design is the spine, of all the courses. So you have all these individual courses which are running: structural, landscape, everything, right? Architectural history. And you have architectural design, which is the spine. But this solar decathlon journey actually helped us to have a parallel spine, which is sustainability, which also, crosses across all the subjects that are taught. So, students are used to design landscape, they're used to do structure, and then they put their inputs in architectural design. But this element of solar decathlon, because of the 10 themes that it had, it made them, integrate efficient landscape, efficient structural design, affordability, all of it along with sustainability into their architectural design. So it was a parallel spine, which we feel is a must, a way forward if we really want, our urban designers, our architects, our planners, everybody to be a, change maker in this climate changing scenarios that we have. So yeah, I hope I've been able to communicate that thought that, it's not only just the architectural design as a spine, we also have the sustainability, which, integrates all the other subjects which are taught in silos, but the sustainability element in each subject, whether it is architectural history, whether it's landscape, whether it's, building construction, that part is missing, which the solar decathlon helped us thread it together. Yeah.
Great, excellent. Thanks, Mini. That was really heartening to see that that these things have come up, and the missing link of sustainability is now being threaded into the with the pearls of all the other knowledge bases which contribute to this entire string of solutions, which will further help us tackle the lot of problems coming up facing us. So, Ms. Rabia, continuing with the same question, a bit slightly different. Let's say if I ask that how this experience of Solar Decathlon India has impacted your teaching pedagogy, like how has it has your teaching evolved as a result of participating or as a result of guiding students through this process? We'd like to hear it from you.
Okay. So once again, thank you all the team, the entire Solar Decathlon team. We are very fortunate enough that we got introduced to Solar Decathlon as a participant, and we came to know a lot of things. Now the concept of civil engineering is like we have a limited aspects of building. So when we are adding sustainability from environmental aspect, now the students get a lot of confusion ke how sustainability can enter into the construction field. That is where Solar Decathlon has bridged the gap, and the students really understood how this bridging the gap will be. And when we're talking about sustainability, we are actually talking about multidisciplinary aspects, which we always, every time we keep telling the students, we keep guiding the student, but somewhere or other the students don't get this practical knowledge when they are learning or in a graduate level. So now Solar Decathlon team has not only given this practical experience, rather they also have given the concept step by step from their modules, how to achieve this in their construction field. So now students, those who have participated, though my team, two teams were there, team Helios and team Sustainer, both the teams couldn't reach to the finals, but they have enormous knowledge in them. They will use, each member will be using this in their project. So that is a very good way of educating the graduates in terms of engineering. That is what is my experience, and it made me very easy for the students to let the concept of just a simple word multidisciplinary known to them. So we tell multidisciplinary, we don't
Yes.
understand, and when students don't catch these words when they are in a graduate level, there is a management, there is a finance, there is an architect, there is a mechanical engineer, there is a civil engineer, there is an electrical, everyone in their own shell of courses. They feel we are great, only we are there in the concept. No, we have a club band, we have lot of different graduates working as a team. We are actually working as a team, we are not working individually. That is what made me very easy for the students to make them understand. So I really wished my team would have come and reached the finals, but okay, fine, some reason, but they learned lot, but they learned a lot. Both the teams of mine, one from final year and one from third year, though they the concepts were not started for them, they took up a challenge that we'll learn and we'll deliver. They could deliver at least two or the saying reports. I'm very happy for them that they have learned that cons in this period of pandemic, in this period, they were working in a very good concept rather than sitting and thinking ke ho kya raha hai. That was
Great,
a very
Mm,
good part
mm,
of me.
mm,
great,
mm.
great to hear. Speaking of
Hopefully, I have
mechanical,
conveyed.
yeah, definitely, yeah, sure. Thank you. Thanks for your thoughts, Rabia. Speaking of mechanical engineers, Mr. Gunjan, and how do you think and how do you integrate this experience of solar decathlon when next time you go to a class and announce a lecture for fuel technology or maybe fuel efficiency or combustion of fuels? How do you integrate this experience of solar decathlon into those lectures? Would like to hear from you. This could be very interesting. You're muted.
Uh,
Yeah,
you're muted. You're muted, sir.
Now it's okay?
Ah,
yeah,
good.
please.
Great. Great, great, great.
Yes, yes. Very first, a good morning to each and everyone, and welcome all dear student, guests, and distinguished various gentlemen present in this Solar Decathlon 2011, this faculty discussion right now. As mentioned by Ashok Shah and all our co-panelists, and asked question by Pradeep Shah, when we start the class, we say that teaching start with the science but end with the art. So as a teacher, very first we say that teacher not teach, teacher provide the environment. I want to compliment that Solar Decathlon India has provided us the environment, which, as mentioned by Rabia ma'am, that earlier we used to say that having a power of communication, capacity to handle the research, capacity to handle the new technology, capacity to work in a team, capacity to work in a multidisciplinary environment. But Solar Decathlon India has given the answer across the India with all proud, I can say. I was the part of so many other professional bodies and also the ECBC West Bengal training cell. We have seen we are struggling even to educate the working professional to how to get the concept of ECBC intact. But through this competition, I'm finding it's very easier to reach to even a second, third, fourth year generation student. And you may be surprised to note my majority team is from electrical and electronic dominated student out of 15. And I'm a teacher of mechanical, but handle the concept of building philosophy with all the simulation as on time and with all the core concept having going to the subsystem, whether it's the plumbing system, whether it's the lighting system, whether it's the VRF system, whether you can show the all the subcomponent system that involve for any building services. So, and today my student even electrical, they are feeling, sir, they have come up from the basket that they are living in the silo, that I'm electrical, how I will go to explore the plumbing, how I can explore the VRF system, what is the COP of VRF, what is their performance rating, what is the U values. Not there it's like that. No sir, it is nothing. It is a first behavior attitude was there. They have done few analysis where the set point they have learned, having a set point of 22 and having a set point of 27, how much 6% difference of this the energy efficiency they are impacting. So when it comes to behavior, that impacts not only always we have to look for a technology, not only we have to integrate the technology in day-to-day behavior attitude.
Exactly.
If this is going to be happen, I think whether it is not important a branch, important is that as a teacher, if we are creating an environment that's impact each and every individual. And not more than that, I want to mention one another point. Bringing the stakeholder, that is a real life project partner, industry partner, and then engaging them in the discussion. As a teacher, we are finding hard to get such kind of environment. It's total, we want to appreciate, dedicate this effort to the Solar Decathlon India, that you have created an environment in such a way which is providing a learning. Solving a problem doesn't mean I have a problem and you will give me solution. No. Every building is unique in nature. Understanding their constraint and then replying their solution is the way out. I'm just giving one example, then I will cut short here. When our team has gone to design a solar system, they have come up with superstructure. Yes, I want to increase the area, so that's very good. More generation, because I have to achieve the net zero demand reduction part I have done. But when they have, after doing all those things, when they have sit for a discussion with the project partner, they are finding that their FAR is total consumed. There's no scope of further superstructure on the top. They have gone to the zero base again. So these are the learnings that empower a student, that how to approach, how to explore. And even our client has realized that when we are altering this net zero, it must have a initial, because net zero impact the architectural philosophy. So if you are not taking the concept at the very beginning, then at the middle or at the end, you cannot able to make your project the net zero. So this philosophy very initially need to be consumed. So with this initial note, I want to end here. Over to you.
Thanks a lot for Gunjan. That was great.
Thank you, Professor Kumar.
Yeah, nice to see that changes are happening on both sides. Not only the students who are learning, the faculty members who are improving themselves, right? And education knowledge is a continuous journey. Right? No one can say that we have reached the end of it. It's a continuous path, right? What do you say, Ashok?
Yeah, well, I think we just move on to slightly more complicated territory, and it's as a process, there were three elements which were highlighted by Professor Gunjan Kumar just now. At first, it was that it's not a single person design. It's a team. And it's not just a team, it is a team which brings together a range of disciplines. 1, 2, 3, 4. In some teams, there were even 5 disciplines, right? And so you have, on top of the idea of team, you have a range of disciplines. And then at the end of the day, all this work must be in answer to something which is real on the ground, your industry partner. Exactly what Professor Gunjan Kumar just pointed out. Now, in the process of work, we have to take decisions. We have to move forward. We have to come to a solution. My gosh, isn't it tough? It's difficult for Mia Bibi, husband, wife, to come to any decision about anything. When you're working as a team, it's one hell of a job coming to a decision. And then the challenge is that, if you don't carry everybody together, if we are not, so to speak, all on the same page, and we feel that we are contributing to something with understanding, we actually, the team begins to dissipate, right? Um, Similarly, you have all these disciplines, and you're saying, now there are silos. Rabia mentioned that, we've been working in silos. Professor Gunjan Kumar also mentioned that we've been working in silos. And you have to kind of break open out of these silos and learn the language of the other disciplines and be able to converse across these boundaries. Okay. And finally, of course, you have the reality on the ground. So the complicated question is, and we can start this time with Shresh. Okay. These three layers of working together in decision making, what have you learned from this? What capabilities have grown in you in this process?
So the first and foremost observation that can be made from this is that process is a really difficult process. I think everyone would agree with that. But yeah, as you mentioned, most of the people from our team were from the engineering background. Again, a different domains from engineering, but at least us as engineers could, converse freely without having to think about what the other person could understand or not. But the difficulty was understanding the architectural aspects of everything. And before every meeting, every one of us knew that today, whichever idea we come up with would be scrutinized by the architecture team again because we did not have any idea how difficult the things can be or how complicated a simple energy system can be when you want to inculcate it into a building aspect. So one thing that has been done was everybody has to be present for every meeting, and for every meeting each and every one of us learned about a new architectural aspect, and towards the end of the meeting everyone would come together and kind of like exchange notes, what is the new thing that we got to learn today. And I think in a way that was the most enriching experience that we could have had in a multidisciplinary project like this. So that is what my answer would be.
Yeah, great, right? So I can see the architects all all teed out, the famous engineer versus architect battle, which I've also been a part of, when I was doing my project for solar decad in China or solar decad in France. There was this always conflict. So how did you both handle that? Manas and Ramya, if you handle with engineers, I would like to see the same question. I would just take forward the same question from Ashok. That how did you integrate these three layers, working within the team, working outside the team, across the functions, cross functions with engineers, in your case perhaps, and then working with industry. So these three layers, how did you interleave them and come up with a solution? Or what was your learning out of these interleaving experience? Let's say, Manas, let's go.
Manas start, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, like my college has a lot of engineering departments. It's an institute of technology, right? So I used to always walk on the edges of architecture and always like peek into what goes on into those branches and how can I apply what CSC people are learning, computer science people are learning into architecture. I used to go in their branch and steal something from there and bring it to architecture guys, and then it would not make sense here. And then I was trying it out, and then SDI came out, so I was like, I have to jump at this opportunity because it is made for me. And then we had a couple of engineers in our team, and uh, it was like, I mean, we speak a totally different language. So the language problem is, I guess, the biggest problem we faced. And yeah, so if we are able to settle into the language, then things go easy.
And how about with the
That's what I
project
do.
partner? How did you interact, or what was your learning or experience with the interaction with project partner? How did that go?
Project partner, like because of the live thing. I mean, it was a live project. That's why a lot of economic factors were coming into place, and we were always thinking that if you are putting this particular system, passive system at work, then will it be economically feasible actually, and will they actually make it on the site? And so a lot of economic aspect we learned, and how we can what the reality of passive technologies in architecture is on the site. We got to learn about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as a senior student, Ramya, you're already doing masters, right? So
Yeah.
how
Our
was
team was predominantly architects. We
okay?
had a few engineers, and every decision was a back and forth. Like architects would make a decision the sustainable side, and then the people doing the cost calculation would just rule it out, and the landscape architect would be totally against it. There's a lot of back and forth, and there was a lot of learning out of that back and forth. For example, even in resilience, we always thought of there's a crisis, how do we be resilient? There's the landscape architect brought in ecological resilience, zoonotic resilience, things I never heard of. So, for example, our team decided to have this goal to go carbon neutral and carbon positive if possible. So that involved choosing every single plant, every single material, and then seeing energy performance, and then balancing that with cost, balancing that with is it locally available, and all of this would happen. And then we'd meet the partners who would just ground us all over again about feasibility, affordability, is it practical? They talk about maintenance 5 years from now. So there was a lot of back and forth, and I think everybody on board got like a very practical experience on how to implement this. The best part about this competition was it's starting to make sustainability so accessible to all realms, which is how we can move forward with sustainability.
Great,
So it
great.
was a brilliant experience.
Yeah, great. Thanks. Thank you all for your amazing feedback. Yeah. Thanks. What a show. What do you say to this?
Yeah, I know. I just want to reflect a little bit on what we've heard so far, on the experience of working across disciplines and all of that. One thing is that we all went through some tension, right? But because we had a discipline of the decathlon to last through, we had we had made a commitment. These tensions needed resolution, and it was when they get resolved, and when you find the connections and you begin to understand each other's languages, then you suddenly find you're more powerful as a team. You find that, you can actually be feeding off each other's thoughts and contributing to each other's thoughts. And so this is a process which is not very well charted. I think in management, they do this kind of work a lot, but it's about how teamwork can be strategized. How can teamwork be strategized? So teamwork and working across disciplines, multiple stakeholders, requires a strategizing structure also. So the decathlon system helped you to some extent, but again, it's really something that you discover yourself. So I would just say it's a beginning of a life's journey. But this commitment of cross-disciplinary work and your feet firmly on the ground would have to be an important one. So shall we now ask a more pointed question from the faculty, really a pointed question. In the first round of discussion, you all mentioned something about how you found yourself working with other disciplines, but you didn't really reflect on how you might restructure education around the built environment. So this is about the built environment, all right? Going from building construction to structures to the mechanical systems to building materials to individual buildings to groups of buildings to landscapes and so on. It's a built environment, okay? And each one of us is in a limited discipline somewhere inside that, okay? This experience has told us, boy, these are all connected. Does this not mean that we have to fundamentally restructure our educational system somewhere? So, Mini, shoot away.
Sure, sir. Absolutely, yes. And it started with the team, just also reflecting to your earlier question, and it is connected that, even in our team, we made it a strategic decision to have faculty members also from all disciplines to help, the team. So we had faculty who had expertise in structures, we had faculty who had expertise in services and energy. Then I was there. We had faculty who heads design, so they could also help, the team. And it was majorly an architectural team, with a few engineers in it. So it was very important for us to have the faculty minds also together, roped into, to achieve that final product. And so now coming to sir your pointed question, I absolutely agree. And I strongly feel that in architecture, education needs a revamp. It needs a revamp. It cannot be just currently what I understand, especially from VTU, which RV is associated with, is we have climatology, and in the seventh semester, we have building construction, where green, buildings are introduced again as a module. And in the seventh semester, which majorly participated in RV as part of VTU education, in the seventh semester, the architectural design talks about performance-based architectural design. But it's only these two, what I have seen throughout the 5 years in VTU. It's in the in the third semester where there is climatology. I'm talking about the BArch right now. And it is the seventh semester. But there is nothing in between as such. There is an elective, of course, which talks about, which, there could be electives which depends upon college to college that you could have, and there could be several of them. But then we are not sure that, if every student is given the same amount of knowledge. So I very strongly feel that in every year, like we repeat structures, like we repeat building construction, and it's a progressive exercise that you have step, in your first year you lay foundation, and you go to complicated structural designs, you go to complicated construction technologies as you go ahead in the third and fourth year. Similarly, sustainability also has to be this stepwise approach, year by year. You can't just have it, have something in the first year and have something in the fourth year, and that's the end of it. It has to be a continuous process starting from first year. It has to be an integrated, a main course in all the years, and binding the knowledge of other subjects that they are being taught in every subject, the way they, move on into structures, building construction, architectural design, they move on into the complicated subjects year by year. They have to do that in a similar manner for sustainability as well. So, foundation years, tools being taught in the middle years, life cycle cost, it has to be a progressive approach from beginning to the end.
Well, Pradeep, I just want to rephrase that question for Professor Gunjan Kumar, okay? Because he is now approaching it from another angle, right? Mechanical, electrical, and computer sciences and whatnot. So he's approaching it from another angle. And our context, the broad context, is the built environment, okay? So when we learn in engineering sciences or in engineering, you learn all the fundamental concepts and techniques, and the way things are done is the way we learn it usually. We don't relate all of that to the value of this learning. Don't relate it to the value of this learning to the way the built environment is moving. We just consider it to be almost like a technical service, not as an imaginative discipline that can alter the nature of built environment, especially when you're talking about things like, a deep notion of energy efficiency, when you're talking about a deep notion of renewables, Okay. So I'm just thinking that there may be some way of reconstituting the engineering disciplines too, to see their relevance to the built environment. Professor Gunjan Kumar, what do you say?
Of course. Okay, sir. Is my audio clear?
Yep.
Okay, fine. Uh, I think as a if you go to all the facility as on time or built environment on a space, you will figure out the person who is running is maybe diploma engineer, maybe diploma electrical, or maybe the engineer mechanical or electrical. You have a survey. I'm very much sure you will get this data. This I'm showing on the behalf of my ISRE association, and I have noticed so many projects it's happening. So just see, a concept was visualized by architect, but at the end of the day, a diploma level engineer, mechanical, electrical, or maybe civil is operating the build space. This complete link is saying a lot of things to all of us, that education when get started in the build space, it's not only about a particular discipline. When we are going to this one by one component, what are the challenges as a teacher I'm also bringing in the education front is, when you are introducing a system, all the tools given in the standard textbooks is not directly used in the real life. Like I'm giving the example of the water calculator. You can take the VRF sizing. You can take also PVCist or another system that people generally use. But important is to know in the simulation, even there is so many simulation software, one student can claim as the very first place that I am knowing. But simulation generally coming input and outcome. But without a correct interpretation, no one will able to relate with the actual performance. So here the complete role of a individual comes, whatever discipline, of course it required to be interpreted to each others, because multidisciplinary team generally, if you give one input, it's reflect how the other system performance is going to be changed. So in the built environment, when your one system is getting integrated with other system, so this integration link is very, very critical. We talk about all big system, but even in water, even in a small water, when one has to put in the place, and having a selection of this efficient plumbing fixture, giving the feel of this selection of build fixture, I can say this is one of the biggest experiment one student can take at the lab itself. And also today I will request the complete solar decathlon, all the participants, dear student, you not stop this project here itself, because you have very good job for a design level. This journey has started because in the project discussion, I'm sure your client has asked, what is the customer feel? That's need to be answered. What is the operational going to be the complete net zero after 5 years or the life cycle? These need to be answered. So I think solar decathlon has given one treasure to all of us, that not only gets celebrated in the terms of award, this network, this association, these problems that they have given, I think this is the award for each and every one of you. Keep this as intact, that you are getting a 20-year for a degree. I am not asking you to 20-year. I am asking only your more 5-year. Work on the same problem. Be associated with all your industry partner, and I can say the project partner. Explore more. Let's see what you have proposed and how the thing is further getting in the real life implemented. What are the difference here? why that differential is coming in the picture, and then present this paper to the Solar Decathlon Authority. This connection post operation will further enrich all of us and give a very good learning outcome. And I can say one good feedback to all of us, that how from the design to the operation things fluctuate, and lot of technology is coming, but at the same time technology has also need to be adoption. This adoption cannot happen if we not put further effort in that direction. I feel
Yeah,
is that
thank you.
this all integration will help to educate for built environment in larger respects.
Thank you. Thank you. Pradeep, before I ask you to put the question in another way to Rabia, I just want to put my small bit and then I hand over to you, Pradeep.
Sure.
And it's really this, that, somehow we have something, there are postgraduate courses on sustainability. You have gone through this mill, right? Yourself. And a researcher, and you're teaching and da 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 da. So we kind of say, it's a specialization. You do it after you've done your architecture. If you've done your mechanical engineering, then you can go into sustainability. There's no, before that you're doing your specialized things. So that's one thought I have in my mind. This sustainable, stupidly we call it sustainable architecture. We should be calling it sustainable built environment.
Right.
And everybody is a participant in that, scope of things. So I'm now asking you, Pradeep, from this position of this structure of vertical structure of courses and specialization, what do you say? And maybe you have something more to ask from Rabia.
Yeah. First thing I would say is we could love to discuss to go on, but we are running out of time very fast. We thought that we could have a lot of questions, but suddenly minutes have gone away. So although we would like to hear a lot, but I have to take the tough decision to wrap it small. But still, before I'll move on to our last section of question answers, will be very short, and we want in just one or two sentences from all of you. Like start with Ms. Rabia. So let's say about this, as Ashok said, the built environment and the vertical integration. How would you see, or how do you see the importance of such competition in the development of such education structure system in India in future? So, like we have one Solar Decathlon India, right? We have one competition which gave this avenue to so many of us, and we have heard about them. How do you think these competitions will shape or help in shape the future of such multidisciplinary and design of built environment in India, please?
Okay. The concept of solar decathlon, which has been introduced to many graduates who were unaware of it, how to inculcate these terminologies like sustainability, multidisciplinary. This will help them to start the way they are working in terms of project management, in terms of getting the concepts very clear, and not rather rushing towards new resources with spending more of money. And what I want to tell you all is, the concept is the built environment in civil, the cost will come down and the affordability will increase. People will start using this knowledge in terms of yes, this can be achieved with a very less cost. Okay, that is what I want to tell in civil engineering. Apart from that, there are so many concepts which can be brought into the engineering aspects in a very less cost, rather than spending more on that particular cost. Nowadays, what we see, I stay in Mumbai. We have older Mumbai and new Mumbai. The cost of housing is so high in Mumbai is that one cannot afford to get a house in Mumbai, rather, very heart of the city. It's very costly. Rather than that, what we see now is we have Navi Mumbai concept where people are getting affordability, comfort, the concept of resource management, and concept of this green concept of people were actually very happy to stay indoor even in Navi Mumbai. People were rather uncomfortable to stay indoor in this pandemic in Mumbai because the space constraint, a lot of area which was to be given out was taken inside. So these concepts will be very easy for an engineer to inculcate in their working projects. So now we'll see many new future projects with this concept where Solar Decathlon has given as introduction, and they have streamlined the minds of graduates to, yes, we can do it. Yes, we can do it. But we can do it in this particular way. So the way has to change, and the what we say, the expectation is very high with the customer. Okay, the client is also expecting more with a very less cost, so that can be achieved by this Solar Decathlon concept of competition what it has been introduced in India. Hopefully I've answered.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Rabia. That was great knowledge. Just round up with
Hello.
the yeah. Thanks a lot for your comments and your thoughts on it. We'd like to round up this session with final comments from our students. So we'll come back to you. And what I would like to know, I before moving to this scientific research in sustainability energy, I have had my hands dirty. So I have installed more than 13 gigawatt of thermal power plants all over the world and more than 4 continents. And I was a power plant engineer. I was started as a power plant engineer and then design engineer and then I turbine design and across many fields. When I moved to sustainable architecture design as well, and I have designed green energy buildings. And that was in France, but before that, and then so before moving to this, very niche area, I would like to ask from you as you because you have a entire career up ahead of you. After this decathlon, what is your dream job like, and where do you envisage yourself, right, to be working, and what do you think that uh, this will have an impact on your career? What impact will have on your career? Just one or two lines from each of you, and then probably we'll round this up. So let's start with the seniors most. Let's start with Ramya.
I think what Ashok sir said was most important. That sustainability is not just something you add and incorporate, but I think it's just a mindset shift. So that was most important. And I want to work in a job that would blend sustainability in every aspect of it. It's climate responsive, it's responsive to future scenarios. That is the kind of architecture or built environment we should be having as the mandatory. That should be the base case scenario. And then we should only develop from there. So clean energy should be the only form of energy that comes up hereafter. And those are the kind of jobs we should be working on.
Great. Yes, Manas, please. Quick one.
I personally think that architecture can't be without sustainability. And like while I'll be making buildings in future, I want myself to realize that I'm making an impact on a very large scale, including the society, including the impact on world level, which is as regards to decreasing the carbon emissions. So yes, that's what I think of my dream job to be. Like,
And yes,
yeah.
Krish, final
Yes,
remarks
sir.
from you.
Yeah, with regards to renewable energy, I've been interested in the industry before I participated in Solar Decathlon. I would say that was the main reason I participated in Solar Decathlon. But from what I have observed, it's that every organization, every company needs to come up with a plan for their sustainability, the sustainable development. So, working with company which is already working on sustainable development, is it one of my goals? A company which is trying to adopt the sustainable development, I would say, manners, or plans to do something for the environment is the kind of goal that I would like to achieve career wise.
Great, great, great. Thanks, all of you. Ashok,
Yeah, well, I just love to hear your soaring ambition. It is just fantastic. You have a lot of years ahead of you, and one tip I give to young students who are now completing the courses is to say, boss, you don't have to look for employment. You have to create your own employment. Think of the possibility, exactly like your teamwork cross disciplinary, where people can come together to establish new companies which represent, these people represent finance, management, law, environment, construction, electrical, mechanical, spatial design, and so on. These companies represent the coming together of all of these. And these companies then become the deliverers. They become the, the change makers in the built environment. If you want to focus on the built environment for the time being, the change makers in the built environment will come from those companies that can effectively bring together all the range of disciplines that are involved in producing the built environment, not dominated by, the client wanted this, therefore I had to do this. Not dominated by, this is the only structure of finance that we have available. We saw so many examples of people devising financial structures to make solar PV possible. Fantastic. I mean, I saw a lot of these, in the design that's been given. So these are creative companies, and you have a creative life before you, and you are going to be the change makers. That's my message. All the best.
all the best. Thank you all. Have a good Sunday ahead.
Thank you, Ashok and Pradeep. Now let's have a round of virtual applause for our panelists and our moderators. We will begin with our next session in a couple of minutes. Thank God. Okay, great. Now we get to hear from the jury about the finalist work. We have two jury members from each division. From the office building division, we have Dheeraj Wadhwa and Jiten Prajapati. From the
Good
educational
morning.
building division, good morning. From the educational building division, we have Harsh Thapar and Karl Wadia. From the multifamily housing division, we have Swati Puchalapalli and Alok Deshmukh.
Hi,
From
hello.
Hi Swati. Hi. From the community resilience shelter division, we have Anamika Prasad and Vinay Natrajan. This session will be moderated by
Hello.
Aroma Ravi, the director of IIHS. Over to you, Aro.
Thank you, Amanda. Good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure having you here. Sorry, we're starting a little bit late, but we'll try and make up on time. I mean, this has been a very exciting and I would say an inspiring a couple of days or a day and a half at the moment. So we want to draw upon your experience and the engagements you've had over the last long while with these teams to get a sense of what's happening. Just a quick request: can we all kind of mute? There's a little bit of background feedback that's happening. So as a context, for of course for all of you don't really need it, but more for the students. To pick up on a couple of things that I said yesterday, if you're looking at this as a significant contributor to making a difference at the national and global level, as far as climate change is concerned, we need to look at four big things. Obviously, this is going to help. All the work that we're doing here is going to help with respect to the urban and the infrastructural transition, which is a primary thing we're talking about when we're talking about fundamental changes in the built environment. But that cannot be done unless we're able to rather quickly enable the energy transition, which of course is represented a lot in our designs and the options we've seen here through the use of renewable energy and energy efficiency is very critically so, but also very critically in the choice of materials we use, because if the industrial transition is not enabled, then the embodied energy determinants of the kind of built environments we're going to create are going to create a huge challenge for India, not only environmentally because of the use of glass, steel, cement, bricks, and other high energy materials, but also because of the amount of energy and hence the emissions that are embodied in them. And finally, if you're not able to embrace what are now called nature-based solutions or actually ecosystem services, greening and making sure that the core things that make up our built environment, as far as services are concerned, apart from energy, water, clean air, and the availability of green spaces are critically important. So all of those four things I think are very important. But finally, the thing that's going to make a big difference is India is becoming more and more affluent, and consumption is becoming quite important in urban areas to a lot of people. Is changes in lifestyle. We've traditionally been a culture in which people respected the use of resources, but we're becoming increasingly wasteful in the kind of resources we use, whether it's energy or the use of water. Because these will be seriously constrained, we really have to look at behavior change, which is very important in being able to maintain low consumption lifestyles. And that's embodied in the buildings themselves. So having said that, I guess one of the things that I've been sort of looking for in this is the complete obsessions that Indians have, whether they're in government or in individual households or otherwise, with cost. Because if we are not able to deliver most of these ideas or these implementable plans in some cases at relatively low cost, they're really going to have very little impact on the system as a whole. Individual buildings may be fantastic, they may get wonderful ratings, they may be well published, but the overall impact is going to be very limited unless we're able to keep costs considerably low. We're still a poor country. 90 plus or maybe 95% of our buildings are not touched by designers like most of us on the Decathlon. So effectively, we have to change how industry works and how it actually functions, and then we have to absolutely make sure that people can access things that are possible. And from the dissemination or the sort of penetration of mobile phones and technologies, that actually a large number of people would like to live in these different places in these environments, but they can't afford to do that. So that's the first thing that I think is very critical for us to do. But in that, I think the shift that would be nice to see. We've seen it a little bit in this decathlon, but in the future, the shift from a narrative that's focused primarily on initial cost, and that's true for developers, that's true for homeowners, it's true for government buildings. L1 is an important thing. That the shift from initial cost to life cycle costing is going to be really important. So I think we've opened the door on that during this the decathlon. I think that shift in discourse is going to be very important. Of course, it depends on incentives that are given, by the government, by how policy is set, how planning is done, etc. But that shift is going to be critical, because if we don't make that shift, effectively what we will find is all the gains that we made in the beginning will be wiped out because of the use costs of all the services that these buildings and the built environment will actually determine. And in that, I think one very important thing which we haven't probably stressed enough here is the fact that we have to try and build most of this environment to last a very long time. As we've seen, I mean, in some senses, I guess the challenge is the buildings or the built environment that you're going to create, are they going to be heritage at some point of time? Will they last out at least 50 years? May they last 100 years? Because depending on how long those buildings last, will they effectively, your life cycle costs will be dependent upon that. And I think we've moved more and more towards building materials that are probably not as long lasting as they could be otherwise. Similar things with new technologies. So the critical thing then, I guess, from the design point of view is, are you designing the built environment, the fabric, the interiors of the building to actually be able to embrace new technical ways of doing things, new technologies? Are they flexible? Can they be open to adaptive reuse? Something that we rarely actually think about as a young nation where we're building so much over time. And this is one thing that even China just now is struggling with immensely, because they built very quickly, but many of their buildings may not last more than 30 or 40 years, which means they have to rebuild them or tear them down, which basically means a tremendous impact on the environment and, of course, on the economy at some point of time. So that's a very serious and interesting design challenge that I think we need to pick up in time. And finally, like I said, there is some very interesting things we've seen in the use of technology that many of the teams have brought together. But the critical thing is, how will people use them? And we spend very little time in trying to both understand and teach that, and of course, understand that in actual use. There are very few companies in this country or buildings where we actually have good post-occupancy research, where people can actually see what a highly rated building would look like, right down to the little detail, and then how people actually use it. So I think this is an entire change in the culture of how we live and work and and enjoy ourselves and sort of continue in the work that we're doing, that we have to bring to our younger colleagues and students as they come in. So very quickly, I mean, we'll run through this process, I guess, division by division. That's what the idea is. I'm going to sort of ask you to focus on
I think we lost him, right? Can't hear him.
Yeah, looks like it.
Sorry guys, I think due to some internet issue, we just lost Aro. We'll join back very soon. We'll be right back. Okay, great. Aro is back.
Sorry, apologies, some tech problems there. So I thought we could open up, to try and open a conversation with you in a sense, division by division. So hopefully opening with the multifamily housing, and in a sense, I think it'll be nice to answer three broad questions. The first thing is, our participants have done remarkably well. They've really worked very hard over the last 8 months, etc. But the question for us, I guess, is what have they been able to achieve from the point of view of the jury in terms of learning, because learning is critical in some senses. The second question is, how can we take the designs and options they put forward to us into implementation? And finally, what advice can you give them that on pursuing a career? So I guess if we can open on the multifamily housing question with Swati and Anup, that would be fantastic. So Swati, would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Arumar. It was It was fantastic being part of the whole jury process. It was great to see the kind of work the students put across. They've done some phenomenal work, going way beyond the scope of their curriculum and pushed boundaries. I'm sure during the process, they managed to get experience that would have taken them years otherwise in this particular industry we are in. Uh, it is also good to see the kind of detail they went into, the kind of analytical approach that they took for a lot of areas, especially relating to energy and comfort. It was really nice to see that architects, especially, a lot of architects participated, who looked at it analytically, who analyzed the buildings and made design decisions. So that was good. That was great to see. Um, I think taking forward, what I would sort of encourage them to look at a little more deeply and in a similarly analytical manner would be their water management strategies. I think energy and comfort, they did a great job. I think in the water management and waste management, I think if I would really encourage them to take that forward as analytically as they have done with energy, given our acute water shortages that we have and acute waste management issues that we have in this country. So that's what I would say. As far as their career is concerned, I hope that they take this ahead into any area that they work in. It need not be only if they work in a sustainability consultancy, or if they work in an architectural firm. Wherever they go, whichever industry they move to, today they might not be architects, they might not be in the building industry at all in the future, but anywhere they go, if they take these learnings and these ideas and this and their change in attitude towards sustainability and sustainable living into their lives and careers, that would be fantastic. So I think.
Thanks, Swati. That was really very useful. I'm glad that you are encouraging our participants to go out and look for careers pretty much all across industry. I mean, not only in architectural practice, but everything else. Because many of us, if you look at our own careers, started in one place and landed up somewhere else. So that's an important thing. I think the question that you raised about dealing with water in some ways is more critical in many parts of India than even energy is in some ways. So, to see more use of dual piping, use of gray and black water, really actually monitoring and tracking how water use is taking place, this is going to be a really critical question. And of course, every city that we have has severe problems of air pollution and solid waste management. So it'll be really good to see people working more carefully on those questions and following the kind of details that we've seen them putting together in their drawings and their design. Alok, could you pick up from there? Any reflections on what Swati said? Your own reflections on where they should move forward.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Roman. So, I think what they have achieved is just simply this. I mean, I think it was Prasad that said during the first jury orientation call that this has turned out to be an open university on net zero energy, waste, and water buildings. And I think this has been, I mean, to me, just to see the depth and the breadth and the kind of completeness of resolution of the solutions, this has been, a phenomenal crash course in high performance buildings, integrative design, that the students have been able to achieve in a really short period of time. And I always say that the future is at getting really good with intensive multidisciplinary collaboration that draws on working knowledge of and the best expertise of allied disciplines, right? So and I think that the students have been able to do this. I mean, without a doubt, across the entries, we've seen the ability to have done this with a lot of emphasis on data-driven design decision making. So I think in terms of what will it take to implement it, and where I feel like there is a little more work for us to do as we structure the next rounds of this competition is, in my mind, from the experience that I've had, is that it is possible. It's not easy, but it is possible to build cost effective net zero energy, water, and waste buildings at no added costs. and we need to be able to make that come to the forefront. And in my mind, if you've not gotten there, there's still work to be done on the solution set. We still need to figure out what needs to go well or better together to be able to do that. And to me, so that kind of is the advice that goes into how do we take this to implementation. I think we're going to have to keep asking ourselves, have we looked at all aspects upstream and downstream, not just life cycle, but have we really kind of squeezed out every bit of efficiency? The whole lean green mean approach that Satish talks about, efficiency for the main course, renewable energy for dessert, right? I mean, that's kind of what we speak about. And even before that, the appetizers, or feast on the appetizers of load reduction, right? The passive measures. So to me, that's kind of the key in terms of taking to implementation. I also think that integrated costing goes very, very much hand in hand with integrated design. I think if we don't do the costing bit, we are not going to move the needle on the design part. And in terms of advice, I think that we really all need to kind of keep a focus. And this is advice that I find myself giving to young professionals, practitioners, collaborators as well, is that at the end of the day, we need to be able, our technical solutions are only as good as our ability to communicate the metrics that matter to the business decision makers or to the decision makers that hold the purse strings in whatever way. And if we are not able to communicate the metrics that matter to the decision makers in the language that they understand, I think we're going to have a lifetime of frustration in front of us. And that's the story of a lot of practitioners. So I think that, always put yourself in the mindset of the decision maker, figure out what motivates them, what persuades them, figure out how you can make the next 5 or 10 minutes worth their while. And that's all you need when you figured all of that out and when you start talking their language with the metrics that matter. 5 or 10 minutes of undivided attention. That's what I'll say.
Thanks, Alok. That was really useful. I think, this is the challenge we have in a lot of our education. And that is that we do not focus on costs and clients, whether the client is a house owner or the client is somebody who's building, a 17-story, IT park or whatever it is. So really starting that early, because eventually this is a systems problem. And we have every little inch inside has to be value engineered and drawn out. And if you don't do that, like you said, you will not get to a situation where you get to at least the same cost. And in fact, in some senses, like in the solar PV business, we want to get to a situation in the next 5 to 7, maybe 10 years, where actually the kind of design we're talking about is cheaper, more cost effective, both in the initial capital costs, but also certainly by a factor of 2 or something in terms of its life cycle costs. That is part of the change in discourse that I think those of us in the professions need to enable. I mean, you worked in the industry. I think the industry's, as it opens up its standards, is going to make it a lot easier for all of us to try and do this. And, in some senses, change the discourse. Because if the metrics and the discourse and the aspiration doesn't change, then in some senses, we are fighting a lost battle in many ways, whether it's for energy or it's for water for that matter. Can we bring down water consumption, the planning for water down to 65, 75 LPCD for a city? That's a really hard question. It's a factor 2 question in some senses, given what we have. Can we demonstrate that at scale? Those are critical questions that we. So thank you so much for that. So I guess if we can move on to the educational building division with Harsh and Isaac. So Harsh, would you like to jump in with your reflections on those 3 broad questions?
Yeah, thanks, Aramar. I think Isaac is not able to join us, but Carl is here, and of course.
Oh yes, Carl is just come in. Yeah, I saw him there. Yeah, sorry, apologies. Hi, Carl.
So, yeah, so I think very valid points. I think I have essentially 3 and maybe 3.5 points that I want to convey. We've seen a lot of interesting work, and of course, I have a huge list of points, but we don't have time for it. So the first one I wanted to say was that, as pointed out by some of us, I would second it that future of architecture and engineering is not exclusive. right? And I really think that this competition enables us to see it in an integrated way and experience it, right? And I think what I hope it also brings forth is the need of focus on building science, right? It's a subject which perhaps is a bit neglected in India, at least, and building physics, which could be explored in more detail. And I hope that's taken up. So what we're looking for is basically, buildings in future which provide evidence of their performance. And I believe the message for all of us here is that the future buildings need to do that apart from looking beautiful and spatially interesting and experientially exciting. Now, the second point which I wish to convey here is that while we are talking here a lot about minimization of consumption and increasing efficiency, but we also need to look at the experiential aspect of it, and that's one thing I would encourage all design teams to explore. So just as an example, I wanted to convey that why not look at this concept of anesthesia, right, which basically says that dynamic environments, instead of static environments, give occupants this additional satisfaction in spaces. And so hence we start thinking about how can we move from thermal comfort to thermal delight, and I think that's very important in architecture. You can extend that concept to looking at visual comfort, but take it to the level of visual delight. Because in the end, we're all looking for very pleasant living experiences as well, and that's very closely connected to consumption. So the third point I wish to convey is that you know the work that the teams have done is not kind of static in the sense that I hope it's going forward. So I see it kind of something that goes forward. And what I would like to highlight to the teams here is this, this opportunity of the green economy, that has been talked about or is in discussion, over the last few years, and it offers an immense opportunity for all the students who are graduating to really look at new avenues how to create value in the economy. So I mean, when I was abroad, a lot of my architecture friends, they transitioned to writing software, for architects, so I'm using some of their software now. Some of them actually are developing products, the others are developing solutions, right? And I think some of us are still consulting and drawing buildings, but there is a big kind of value chain that exists where even within the building sector, right, not just outside building, where all of these ideas could filter through. And connected to this point is essentially this issue of dealing with clients. So I would really urge that yes, handling clients is very important, and getting that worked out economically is very correct, but you should look at the new avenues in terms of funding projects that are opening up. I would really urge you to find ways, really go out from this point and really find ways to prototype your ideas really in physical, whether in small, whether it's a single room, whether it's the full building. You get an opportunity, look for university grants. I would urge university members who are listening that find ways to fund some of these ideas really in real life, help the students really kind of make that happen. But I think we know that the youth are really smart and they're looking at developing business ideas, entrepreneurial skills, kind of going to angel investors. They can even go to the extent of if there's a worthy idea, going to the community and crowdfunding it. So keep it open, try to prototype and execute them as much as possible. That's the way forward.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Harsh. Very interesting comments. I mean, just to pick up on the question of building science, Koenigsberger's kind of seminal work was produced out of his work in India. The Manual of Tropical Housing and Building came out of his work of India, and then it came back to us from the UK. So one of the challenges I think we find is that the conversation between industry and academic institutions is a little weaker than I would have liked it to be. So for example, one very critical question is, should we be starting to insulate our buildings? It's a controversial question. The data is a little bit out on many questions. We're really struggling with that in IIHS campus at the moment. This cannot be resolved by building scientists on their own. They have to test it. Industry buildings have to be open. People who are working HVAC and other things have to make that open. So I think there is really an opportunity here for us to redefine what is useful in our environment, because we have so many different climates in the country. We have to have reference buildings, ideally in academic institutions. Basically, if every major architecture or engineering college had a reference building which actually looked and tracked these things, it would start making a big difference. Students could touch and feel the things. We'd actually have data. We can compare it. That's one kind of reflection I have from what you said. The other question, of course, is on the green economy. The challenge for us is that our green economy is going to look very different from the green economy in other parts of the world. Even in fancy places like, let's say, Bangalore, Navi Mumbai, or Gurgaon, and places like that, where we're looking using a lot of industrial materials, because a bulk of our construction practices are still artisanal. So I think one of the challenges for at least some of the people who are on the competition just now is, how do you try and actually transform using these conventional materials that everybody aspires to? Everyone's glass and brick and stone and concrete, concrete and steel in their buildings. How can we actually make a difference to the mass as far as that's concerned? So that's a tricky question. It involves optimization of design, and same thing in terms of air conditioning. We have a global cooling price. Some of us are involved there. But if India decides to go in and invest in this huge air conditioning industry, it's good for the air conditioning industry. I'm sure some of us are part of it. But 30 million air conditioners, not only its impact on the environment, but urban talent, it's going to be a tough business. So I think our green economy does need to look a little different from others. First of all, we can't afford much. And the second thing is, we have to make absolutely leapfrog factor for transitions in some of our technologies. Post what Alok was saying. Post efficiency, post demand reduction, etc., etc., etc. So, Carl, I think educational buildings are really important because people live in them. Fine. So if you have a remarkable campus that you've designed, because you've been there for 4 years, you imbibe the culture of that campus. They're inspirations. They're also places for experimentation, for living, etc. So I'm just wondering what you saw on this the competition that might give us some inspiration. What your reflections were like on what you saw. Carl, all yours. You're on mute, I think. You're still on mute, Carl. We can't hear you, unfortunately.
That doesn't. Yeah, hi. Can you hear me
yes,
now?
Yes, now we can hear you now. Thank you so much. Yeah, you're back on.
Great. There was no mute option. Okay. So I think what I saw, what was very pleasant, and what was a bit of an eye opener, is that this platform has the potential to actually become a mentorship platform for any architect in the early part of his journey. I'm speaking purely as an architect because I'm still one of those who believes that we can make a big difference in the world. So just speaking from personal experience, my sort of green mentor is there on this platform that we're speaking right now, that is Swati. And I started at a journey where I didn't think much of green buildings, and then slowly it became a big deal for me as well. So, getting this mentorship started right from college days is spot on, because then it has a lifetime impact. And when architects kind of grow from students to juniors and then finally architects, we all go through a journey where we start looking at the past. So an architect will look at post-colonialism, he look at postmodernism, he look at deconstructivism. So I think it's the right time to make this the sustainability, the for lack of a better word, the new ideology for all architecture. And once it becomes the new ideology, it's like an election campaign. You just have to basically brainwash everybody at the right time, which is happening also in our country. So it's about brainwashing all architects, all engineers, the whole fraternity as a whole at the right time, so that when they enter the industry, they're already brainwashed and they know what is the right thing to do. Fortunately, we have leaders like yourself, and all of us who can do the correct kind of brainwashing. Sorry for using that word again and again. So that's one thought that I had. The second thing is, cost is a major concern in all green buildings. So going right for the jugular in terms of how to overcome this issue of cost, because one is to have this issue of cost and keep struggling for 10-15 years to sort of get over it, and the second thing is to make the right alliances in whether it is in uh, at the level where regulation is set. Like somebody talked about insulation, somebody talked about cost, somebody talks about performance. We have building bylaws in all cities. We have certain rules and things that we have to adhere to. So the right way to go straight for the jugular is to get all of this imbibed into the bylaws. And if a platform like this can go to the next level, and then we can start reaching the right platform and the right kind of people to talk to, I think once it's in the regulation, and then you keep improving that regulation every 5 years. So these are my two bits, but overall, phenomenal set of entries, lovely experience, and I'm just looking forward to this platform growing from strength to strength.
Thanks, Carl. I mean, we really would like to see this platform grow from strength to strength. And, we do have, the thing about India is we pretty much have everything we need, but we don't put it together. So the NBC has some elements that deal with sustainability. We have the ECBC. There's a new set of things happening on the power front also. The challenge, I think, is to take it from great ideas at the national level, and like you were saying just now, translate it at the state level, because the state has a very important role in this process, and then eventually taking it to the building bylaws. It is when you start finding these kind of things working at the urban design scale that we'll start seeing actual changes in implementation. And these are real and practical things. Some cities, for example, give you a property tax offset if you have these things in place. But we really have to incentivize it both from the supply side, which is much better connection with industry. So people who are doing really fantastic things in terms of low energy materials, innovations in let's say in water efficiency, energy efficiency, should be given incentives. Similarly, at the other end, if your life cycle costs are low or your EPIs are good, whatever it is, you should get a strong sort of offset as far as that's concerned. So Jiten, just to sort of start off on the office buildings, which in some ways set the tone because of the scale of investment that are being made across the country, as at least some cities grow very rapidly and some industries grow. I think some of our most interesting innovations have happened in the sector because some of the companies that are a little bit more conscious are actually investing tremendously. Some of them actually have become not only they become net zero already, way ahead of where we should be going. So some reflections on the competition and the way forward as you see it.
Thank you. Thank you, Aromar. I congratulate all the student teams for their efforts in terms of the process, the application of technologies, the integration in design, along with the social and financial aspects, all very big terms, all independent of each other sometimes. They have been dealt with satisfactorily, and many times exceed the expectations also. So I'm very happy with their efforts. In terms of advice for students, I suggest that equal emphasis should be given on the site and context analysis in terms of even preliminary design. I find it is very, very important. You should understand the climate, you should understand the sunpath diagram also. For example, most of our cities are, we experience the sun in the summers entirely from the north. Okay, so the hottest season, the sun is in the north, and some entries did not reflect that. They are designing windows which don't have any shades in the north. Even now, even after learning sun path analysis for 5 years, for so many years, people have not used the basic device. So I hope they do that, because it can have financial implications on their career also. In one of our projects, we had proposed light shelves in the north. Okay, and for a big corporate house. And one consultant from America came and he said that you don't need light shelves in the north. The sun never goes there. Okay, because they've never experienced the sun from the north in America, because they're all at very high latitudes. But here we lost a project because of that. Okay, so you be very careful with your climate analysis, your context analysis. Okay, this is of course for students. Uh, Further, appropriate modulation and choice of materials of the building envelope can also have a significant effect on the performance and cost implications, like Alok had mentioned. Sometimes you want to do insulation, but is that the right approach? Can you see if there is another way to do it? Can you shade the building such that you don't require insulation? You don't require double glazing. All are very expensive to implement in practical terms. So take a look at that also. Spend some time on that. So other than that, if we consider the impact of the solar decathlon, like Carl mentioned, it's very good for the students in terms of the mentorship that they are getting. They're learning a lot of things, and their efforts are being what do you call it? They're being recognized by the industry people and probably can be taken forward. So it's a great platform for all the students. I congratulate the Solar Decathlon team, everyone, organizers, for conducting this competition. Thank you.
Thanks, Jitin. We're hoping to really expand this and especially expand the industry linkage, both from people who are developers, people in government, but also various manufacturers and people who are putting together these systems. Because eventually, once these, let's say, if there's an open source platform that lists the material palettes that work in different environments with data that support it. We have standards that are available to everybody when they start literally in, let's say, in the second year of architecture, and probably the same thing for engineering, that will start influencing and changing people's ability. Because basically we have a lot of gaps here in data availability and standard buildings. If students are able to go out in their first year and actually see some of the signature buildings and facilities that you people have built and designed, that would start changing their orientation, like we were saying earlier, and Swati was saying that also. That it literally starts at first year in your first set of courses that you start seeing these things. It's not only going and looking at heritage buildings and heritage precincts and all the wonderful things that we've done in the last many thousands of years of Indian urbanization, but also looking at what people are doing just now. So Dheeraj, from your vantage point from industry, some reflections and comments, and how we can build this relationship within sort of Decathlon, and of course for students in the thousands of institutions that we need to influence across the country.
Okay, thank you, Ravi. First of all, having me taken as a jury, I hope I have added that value to students as well as the panel and everybody else. Interesting times, spent a lot of time going through the reports. Frankly speaking, picking up from where you left, Ravi, in the initial course of your talk, you said we are a poor country. I beg to differ, sorry. Not economically or politically, but in the context of the current competition, look at the ideas and the innovative thoughts these students have brought in. Who says we are poor? We are not at all poor. The way I look at this, and then I'll touch upon the question you raised me. The way I look at this is, these guys spend a lot of time on the key areas on what they had to focus. So strength is what they brought was ideas, innovative thoughts, passive strategies. They were relatively good. Affordability was one of the areas wherein they could bring out a lot of good things. But some of the areas wherein I feel that we will have to possibly, as a part of the industry, try and support them and bring them forward is, their awareness and knowledge around the equipment today. When you look at the active strategies, is relatively lower, is what my observation was. I think there we will have to spend time with these student community to help them understand how and where do they go to know more about the equipments. How, I said yesterday also in one of the discussions that passive strategies help you reduce and optimize the loads inside the building. But active strategies help you optimize the resources, what you are choosing for yourself after all you have done in the passive side. So we have to differentiate between the two. And when you differentiate on the active side, it's very important that you understand the equipments you'll be using. And touching upon what Carl said, can we try and look at standards being developed in such a way that they imbibe as a part of the green building environment itself? Why do we have to push two things separately? I completely agree with him. So today's standards and labeling program, what is being worked around is completely in sync. I mean, I'm talking about India, completely in sync with what we can achieve on the efficiency side. You will see the India standards being developed, the labeling program being worked on, and most of it is already rolled out. You will find, and all of us will find, that it is completely in sync with what we would like to see our buildings as. And another area which I observed out here is that everybody is focusing on what we can do from a new building environment. Trust me, when we look at data, in next 10 to 15 years time, the kind of urbanization is going to happen and the kind of potential we will have from the existing buildings itself will be a lot of work for us to do. And the student community, I think, is going to be very critical in converting those, I should say, inefficient buildings to more efficient buildings. And that's where their strategies, whether active or passive, will become very important for us as India and the climate. And last thing which I want to touch upon is, the way I look at this, the Solar Decathlon is giving the student community a good platform, a solid exposure, and encouraging them to come out with what they have in their mind. But what we also need to give them is probably values. They have to understand today what we lack probably is productivity. I think that's an area which India has to work on. We have to be more productive. We have to be more accountable. And that's where, when these values have to be brought in, we as senior partners from the industry, I think that is where our job becomes more critical. We have to tell them, we have to guide them, we have to encourage them that knowledge is one thing which you already have with you, which you are creating for yourself, which you are getting for yourself. But values are equally important, which will take you from an X position to a Y position. So with this, I'm comprehensively trying to say, career, whatever they may choose, there's ample opportunity for everyone. But what will take them forward is hunger to succeed and values they carry for themselves and with themselves. With that, I complete my comment. Thanks.
Thanks, Dheeraj. I wouldn't agree with you more. We are very, very rich in terms of talent, in terms of innovation, and in terms of fire to do something. We've seen that so much over the last 8 months, and many, many thanks to all of you who've helped mentor the students, the faculty members, industry members, etc. So I think that's really very heartening. In COVID, there even small things are big things, and I think in that sense, Decathlon is a fantastic. It shows what can be done. But I think you said a few very important things, and one is that apart from the new building environment, the retrofit and the retrofit business opportunity is also going to be serious. I mean, I guess it's like the interior business that we are kind of seeing in cities like Mumbai and other places. This is going to be a major opportunity. And while we saw things like ESCOs and all struggling in the past, I think retrofits are going to be an important thing. But retrofits will require a lot of policy support. Just like in the device sector, the rating systems are there. The government really has to step forward to try and make that kind of thing important. But I think that's an important question. Similarly, public infrastructures. As we build out every single airport that we're going to be building, every metro station that is there, we're starting to air condition like the Chinese. Even our railway stations, we have one in Bangalore that does that. There's a huge opportunity there for public infrastructure to actually become much more efficient. So, hospitals, I mean, that's like a huge space that's there. So there are sub-segments that we have to look at. And of course, the Decathlon has been focused only on 4 different things at the moment. But I think as we expand out, that will be something that's really useful. But to reflect on what you were saying, I mean, maybe this is a conversation I'll pick up with Satish and AEEE. We should try and open source, let's say, a directory of critical factor 2, factor 4 technologies from the active side, which not only students but faculty members can access. The students are second order. If the faculty doesn't necessarily know what the latest innovations on lighting, on HVAC, on let's say recycling, on the water side, or instrumentation for that matter. There's so much of talk about IoT infrastructure, But in actual fact, if you look at what's actually been implemented, we have a massive program at IHS doing this thing. It's actually very poor. So that may be a really good thing for us to do as a collective between industry, between AEEE, ourselves, and other people. So coming to the last, section that's there, Vinay, can I ask you to jump in and reflect on what you saw of the community resilience shelters, and what your advice to the participants would be like?
Sure. So I think a few things that I really liked in the reports that we evaluated. What I noticed was that the teams were actually starting to approach from the problem more from a user point of view. There was a lot of design element. They were actually thinking from the shoes of people who are actually going to be occupying the space, and that reflects backward into the design. So I think uh, there was a lot of thought put into that in several of the presentations. Also, how duality of space, when it's not being used as a community resilient shelter, what will it be used as? There were teams that had put thought into that. There were teams that also proposed solutions on how they would make things inside flexible and modular, so that when it is A or B, the interiors also look different. So all of that were, I think, some of the very positive elements of the competition and the reports that I saw. And of course, things like energy calculations, water, I think, like Swati mentioned, could have been better, but there were reasonable attempts made to try to quantify that part also. I think one of the things that we'll also need to think about, because this is something I'm not sure we ourselves understand, is when it comes to the material aspects that are being used for an envelope, it would be interesting to understand what is the carbon footprint left behind, not just from a point of view of the not just from a point of view of usage and energy, but also the embodied energy, like you mentioned, the carbon footprint it leaves behind, what's the speed of construction, what's the amount of water it uses, and you go for material A versus B versus C versus D. If for each of this, what's the savings and how does it translate to, say, number of trees you can plant, for instance. So I've seen some very high-end consultants do this, and this is information that is, if I may say, a little elitist. It's not available everywhere, but if we could kind of pull this down to the grassroots level where people understand all of this, I think this is information that the next generation could bring into the architecture community as they are going forward, to really understand how to quantify the differences between materials used that are in envelopes. So that's just my 2 cents on this, in addition to what was already discussed by all other jury members.
Thanks, Vinay. Actually, I worked for 30 years or so on resilient buildings and infrastructure. And I think what you're saying is very important. We really need, like Jiten was saying, we need to understand context, because every context is different. Even in a city, one place would be flood prone, another place would be a highland area where you have problems with water. In one place, you'd have low water tables, and other places you'd have to drill, let's say, 100 meters to get water. So context is very important. I would say almost as important as a client or the people you're working for. And the nature of both, at least the nature of the clients, may change, but the context will not change. So I think really understanding that and looking at that effectively is a really important thing for us to do. And there, I guess, this decathlon has been focused very much at the building level, but looking at the larger, whether it's a building bylaw question that came up there, or looking at the larger, urban design, or even the planning guideline questions become pretty important in some ways. Because eventually we have to reduce environmental impact or carbon footprint or whatever metrics you take at the gross level. And every little thing makes a difference as far as that's concerned, whether it's orientation or how much you green, which is, which facade is exposed, how do you actually choose a particular set of materials, what active and passive devices we have. So I think that systems orientation, and, Swati talked about that whole question of how does one, build this up as a process from very early in the education thing. And like Dheeraj was saying just now, it's the values that make the difference. And those values, to my, at least in my limited understanding come from people experiencing stuff, and that's why industry and people like yourselves are so important. It's your life experience that has taken you to where you are. When people are in the early 20s, they don't have that, but we have to give them the opportunity to learn from what we've learned, and most important, the mistakes that we made. I mean, it's probably the mistakes that we made and the errors that we made and the clients that we've lost that we learn the most from. So I think that is really something that I think you've been remarkably good, and other jury members, in trying to bring that across. So Anamika, I'm going to leave the closing to you. So your reflections and your sort of inspiration for the participants of the Decathlon 21.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. So I think our category was especially fortunate to witness an entire range of solutions, right, Vinay? I mean, uh, the teams, they different climate zones. Some approaches were bold, some were pragmatic, some had great depth. So it was just very enriching, and I'm not exaggerating here. I think what was unique about the community resilience shelter category was that we saw the students get involved beyond the building level. They were, channeling their inner sociologists. There were legal experts within them. There were, planners, financiers, structural engineers. So that was just very, very encouraging to see. There was great depth in the solutions that the students brought to the table. And they were resolving concerns related to community, livelihood, skill building, and of course, resilience, which was their brief. So it was good to see them go beyond the realm of design and engineering. What stood out was this, great attention to um, the context, both climatic. Going forward, I think I would like to see a like a paradigm shifting material palette, low energy comfort systems, more projects adopting innovation, replicability as their pivots. And I would urge the students to treat this as an opportunity to cast aside case studies and pragmatism, and you have this great platform for enabling a paradigm shift. So be ambitious, be iconoclast, and most importantly, continue to channel the multidisciplinarian in you. To conclude, I would want to congratulate the team for having devised such an elegant and such a comprehensive template for conducting the decathlon. And I'm sure you'll have uh, a more comprehensive way of mapping it, but anecdotally I can already see that it has been very impactful. So thank you, congratulations.
Thanks, Anamika. I think, really the juries and all of our partners in this have been really, really important in making this. So this was actually quite a wild idea. Like you were saying, iconoclastic. This, when we started thinking about this, it seemed like an impossible thing to do. And especially that we've been able to manage it through COVID is really a tribute to the participants, the faculty, and yourself.
Excellent.
That has really been the real challenge, because in fact the decathlon is imagined also as having a design build component to it. I mean, I'm hoping next year, if things really improve and our vaccinations go out properly and people are less apprehensive, that we will really embark on that. And I think in that, each one of you, the institutions that you work with, and our partners are going to be very critical, because it's when the design build process starts that in a couple of years, at least we have 30, 40 examples across the country where students have gone out, done some stuff. Some of it will be crazy, some of it will fail, and that's really important also. But it'll be there, people can touch and feel it, and we can build, like Dheeraj was saying, we can build the idea that we can do it here. There's tremendous innovation, a lot of energy, but we have to channelize it adequately, and each one of us, I think, is important in making that happen. So thank you so much, Dheeraj, Jiten, Swati, all of you, Carl. So it's been really wonderful having you. Thank you so much for being with us, and we hope you can really support us, take this kind of message forward, that we're out there to try and make a difference on the ground, and it can actually happen. If we can do it with 1,000 this year, and we can make it 2,000 next year, we can exponentially scale this over time to try and make a difference to all of us, all of our lives, and our students' lives. So thank you very much, and Amanda, I'm handing it back
Thank
to you.
you.
Pretty much on time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
much.
Thank you, students. All
Thank you.
best wishes to the students.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Aro. Members of the jury, you have dedicated so many hours reviewing the submissions. Thank you for sharing your insights today. Now, we will be back in a couple of minutes for the next session. All right, we are back. What's that? I hear some hearts beating, and they are beating really fast. Oh yeah, finally we get to the division awards with our four jury members. To announce the multifamily housing division results, we have Samit Bhaumik.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. There's some echo in the background, but is that all right, Amanda?
Yes, you can go ahead, Samit. Please.
All right. So the we're finally here. 6 months of effort, and we're finally here. The runners-up team for the multifamily housing division this year, we felt as a jury, they absolutely nailed the competition brief with respect to all the contests. They followed it up with an exceptional presentation and report. The use of tools and analysis for design development with respect to energy and comfort was fantastic. Uh, so, so this team proposed a net zero solution for a compact, affordable, high density development in Ahmedabad. And this team is Team 0 is to 0 is to 0 with students from CEPT University Ahmedabad and with their project partner Savvy Siddhi Realty and Infrastructure LLP. I want to congratulate everyone in the team. Wonderful, wonderful effort. All right. So now for the winning team. So the jury felt, this winning team really hit the sweet spot. Their integration of engineered passive and active systems was absolutely effortless. They seem to have completely absorbed the ethos and the requirements of the project partners. Some exceptional work on the water management and the waste management strategies. So this team proposed a net zero solution for an affordable low-rise development in Jaipur. And this team is Team Scander's Family. This has students from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, the Chebrolu Engineering College in Karnataka, and the project partners are Dhun Jaipur Private Limited. And congratulations, Team Scander's Family, for winning this fantastic competition.
Thank you, Samit, and congratulations to the team. Now, to announce the Educational Building Division award results, we have Carl Wadia.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Sunday. Happy Mother's Day. So after a very intense couple of months of reviewing what I would like to say are, and from all the jury members, we'd like to say are 6 very closely fought competition entries. The runners-up for Team Educational Division proposed and beautifully presented an innovative combination of passive and active schooling strategies for their school building in Noida, planned on sound fundamentals and adherence to nature's behavioral patterns. This team is Team Polymorph, made out of the students of School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and their project manager is ORD Towers. Congratulations, Team Polymorph. You deserve a standing ovation. And that takes us to the winning team. Well, what to say? The winning team went beyond the concept of net zero to propose an optimally planned design with innovative energy, cooling, and water saving solutions, while keeping the students of their school building in Noida again at the center of all their decision making. And this team, the winner is Team Archons, made up out of the students of School and Planning of Architecture, New Delhi. Their project partner again, ORD Towers. Congratulations and a standing ovation to you, Team Archon.
Thank you, Carl, and congratulations, team. Now, to announce the Office Building Division results, we have Gyan Modgil.
Good morning. Thank you, team jury members. In fact, we had 6 teams, and it was a tough competition. In fact, tough decision for us to make and choose who's the winner, because all the entries were so good and were detailed in a sense that it was difficult for us, but still, as the mandate was, so we had to basically go for. So the runners-up team for office building division, this year, before removing the curtain, let me tell you that our runner-up team in the office category is a team that aims to provide the cost-effective net zero energy water solution using the constraints of centralized system provided by the gift city to their benefit by proposing a low energy comfort solution while maintaining the individuality of the project. And the runner-up team is Team Kill Bill 4.0, made up of students from CEPT University, Ahmedabad, and their project partner is ATS Savoy Developers LLP. Congratulations, Team Kill Bill. And coming to the winning team in the office building division. And again, before removing the curtain, let me again tell you that our winning team had a challenging site with noise and air pollution as the main hazard in the area. And they made this complex problem amazingly simple by space orientation. They did not stop at the building level, rather took a step ahead towards resolving this social hazard of air pollution by straw burning, by utilizing the same as building material with low embodied energy, and have integrated a PV facade in the building in such a way that it is phenomenal. And they are Team Sparicum, made up of students from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, Global Institute of Technology and Management, and their project partner is Goel International Private Limited. Congratulations, Team Sparicum. Thank you.
Thank you, Modgilji. And congratulations, team. Now, to announce the Community Resilience Shelter Division results, we have Venkatesh.
Let me just do a sound check. Good morning. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
I'm
Clear.
so excited to be here that I'm actually standing up. I'm so full of energy. This is the closest that I'll ever come to presenting an Oscar, so I hope I don't blow up this chance. And before I get to the actual awards, Iro and Prasad, I think you should give a special award to Amanda for the smile of the Solar Decathlon. I've got to learn how to smile on camera from her. Community Resilience Shelter was a great category to start with, and we had some truly inspiring solutions. The jury was humbled by the efforts of the students, and we were just exhilarated by the output and the end results. Truly, there are great times ahead for India. Published the 5 final entries in a journal and presented to the National Disaster Management Authority as a ready-to-use playbook for community resilience shelter. Great work, all the finalists. Now for the results. The runners-up team for Community Resilience Shelter Division this year, they came up with a brilliant topical project with a perfect balance of local resources, frugal engineering, and iterative development of form, a perfect solution for a remote agrarian community in Odisha, which has borne the brunt of many cyclones. Their engineering, especially the use of bamboo and other agrarian resources, was truly remarkable, as well as how they understood what a resilient shelter really needs to provide. They are Team Virya, made up of students from the Dr. Banuben Nanavati College of Architecture, Pune, and the Singhad Academy of Engineering, Pune, and their project partner is Selco Foundation. Congratulations, Team Virya. And now for the winning entry for this division. They came up with a brilliantly well-crafted solution using discarded materials in a densely populated urban context, a design which showed great space utilization in a non-disaster time and flexible adaptability in a resilient scenario. We, the jury, had trouble separating the two winning teams from the winner from the runner-up, but the scalability that this team's design that used shipping containers was a clincher. And the winner is Team Stellar, made up of students from the Rachna Sunsets Academy of Architecture, Mumbai, the Father Concesio Rodriguez Institute of Technology, Vashi, and the Vivekananda Education Society's Institute of Technology, Mumbai. And their partner, interestingly, was the Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai, G South Ward, BMC. Congratulations, Team Stellar, for winning this category.
Thank you, Venkatesh. Now let's have a round of virtual applause for all our finalists. And congratulations, winners and runners up. And now I would like to invite Dr. Satish Kumar, President and Executive Director of AAA, for a message to our finalists, runners up, and winners. Over to you, Satish. Over to you, Satish.
Hi, good afternoon, Amanda. Am I audible?
Yes, clear and loud. Yeah.
Amanda, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, Satish. Can you hear me? Hello, Satish, can you hear me?
Okay, so just hold on. I'm having echo. Yeah, I can hear you. I think I'm having a little bit of. Yeah, I can hear you.
Satish, you can start now.
Hello, can I? Amanda, can you?
Yes, Satish, I can hear you and you can start now.
Lag.
Hi, Satish, can you hear me? You're audible and you can start now. I think there's a lag, but please do start.
Okay, so first of all, what a one and I'm sorry, I think the lag is throwing me off. I don't know why this lag is happening, but I'm just going to jump in and speak. I hope that people are able to hear me. So, first of all, very, very hearty congratulations to all the winners and all the runners up in the different four categories. And um,
So let's go on a break till we do a quick AV check
Amanda,
once again.
hopefully I'm audible. I have just cut off. I think, yeah.
Hello, Satish. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi, Satish. Can you hear me now?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes, Satish, I can hear you.
Hello? Huh. Okay, I think let's start. I think I'm okay. Hello. Okay, I think I'll start. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that technical glitch. I think I had two computers on, and I think it was playing on YouTube and other things. So sorry about that. I'm hoping that all of you can hear me fine. So first of all, my heartiest congratulations to the four winners and runners-up. But I would also like to take this opportunity to say that every team that participated in the Solar Decathlon 2020-2021 iteration, they have been a winner. And I think as we have been hearing first from the teams themselves, then Professor Ashok Lal kicked off, I think, in terms of what some of the teams themselves thought, what is the process that they went through. And then also, I think, reflections from some of the faculty members. And then RO, I think, in terms of just interviewing jury impressions, I think it just brought out some of the pretty important things that for us as organizers of Solar Decathlon India is extremely important. And what I have done is that I have picked out 5 themes that I would like to speak upon based on the last 1.5 days of experience that I have been absolutely riveted. I think I've been going back and forth in the presentations yesterday, and also I have been, I would say, badgering our jury members, I think, in the morning, requesting that what is one thing that if they have to tell us, I think, in terms of what we have done well or what we should improve. And they have been pretty generous in terms of sharing some of those ideas. So I think based on that, I think there are 5 things that, as I mentioned, I would like to talk about. And I think before I go into those 5 things, here are some observations I think that I picked up. So there is something to be said about working with students and young minds. And this is my biggest takeaways. And I think this is the second time I would say that I have been very, very actively involved. I'm not an academic or a professor like Aro or Professor Ashok Lal and many of you, I think, who have done such an amazing job. But every time I think I have tried to extend myself and work, I think the amount of satisfaction I think that we all get is just stunning. And I'm just transported to my experience of 10 years ago when we were kind of like developing ECBC at that time, and when energy simulation tools and building physics and other things was relatively new in India. I'm talking 12, 13 years ago. And many of the faculty members who are part of this today, I think they were probably, I think some of them participated in that initiative of Eco3 USAID. And I think it was the same sort of, I think, exhilaration that I felt at that time, which I have felt, I think, as we have seen the engagement level from students and participation. So it really feeds on, I think it really gives you a lot of energy, I think, in terms of what I think all of us can do. The other thing that I would quote, like Rabina Samin, I was just hearing, and I think while we are celebrating the winners and the runners up, I think this is what she said, that although my teams could not reach the finals, but the learning has been tremendous. And they have delivered 2 reports and were able to think creatively and constructively during this time of pandemic, which is really a time of doom and gloom. So I think the fact that I think Solar Decathlon India has been able to focus the energies, I think, of the different team members and the faculty members in such a positive way, that itself is a very, very, I think, amazing thing. There is I think one of the emerging things is about multidisciplinary education, multidisciplinary learning. This is something that I'm going to talk about, because this is I feel very, very strongly about this, and I was fortunate to experience that more than 30 years ago. So this is. So I think before I start, I would about the 5 topics. I would say, if knowledge is power, knowing what we don't know is wisdom. And I think, I don't know who said this, but I have written this up. And I believe that in a very quintessential manner, Solar Decathlon India really opened the eyes of the people, not just the students and the teams who participated, but also the faculty members, the project partners, the industry, I think manufacturers of materials and systems, who were either part of the jury members or who were part of the who were participating as project partner. So I think this is, I believe Solar Decathlon India has already accomplished this piece, that I think what we don't know, I think we should be respectful about that. And I think this journey has just started, and curiosity and critical thinking is going to be the key. So here are my 5 points. I think the first thing that I would like to emphasize, and this is probably a continuation from my first day's point, is the importance of first principles. I think time and again, what we have learned, I think, in this year of organizing Solar Decathlon India, and what was really gratifying, is either through learning modules or through the mentoring and guidance provided by the faculty members, or I think the technical research group. I think that we have an amazing group of volunteers, I think, who have worked so hard, I think, just for this cause. And I think what they have been able to share with the teams is that you really need to go back to the basics, whether we are talking heat transfer, whether we are talking water conservation, whether we are talking thermal comfort. I think this is really, I think, the essence of any good design. And I think that is something that we should take away from that. I will give one example. I mean, my PhD has been in the field of thermal comfort, and this was, I think, more than 20 years ago, but when I started, like close to 30 years ago, and I have seen the body of knowledge in thermal comfort evolve over a period of time. I think when we were working, when I was doing my PhD, I think there was very little understanding of adaptation happening. We used to think that Fanger's thermal comfort model is like Bible, and I think -3 to +3, and everybody from a white Caucasian to an Asian to a Nordic person, all of us are governed by the same set of, I think, physiological and psychological principles. And where we have come through, and I think the role ASHRAE has played, they were brave enough to admit that we were wrong. I think this uniformity in thermal comfort that it pushed for 40 years, I think they finally said that, no, we have enough empirical evidence from around the world that we are wrong. The role that CEPT University played, I think, in conducting the IMAC, I think, study, and which is now the basis of, I think, National Building Code. So I think these are some very, very basic and fundamental things that we need to understand. And I think taking a step further, I would say that when I talk about, I think, again, this first principles, many of you may have also experienced this global cooling prize, which is another of a paradigm shift. And I am going back to, I think, what Dheeraj mentioned, that we really truly have to think both in passive and active terms. I think there cannot be a battle or a friction between the passive community and active community, because we need to come together, hold our hands, and say that this is something amazing. And I think the point that I would want to make on Global Cooling Prize is, I think, the multidisciplinary approach that we are talking about. Civil society, government, the private sector coming together to think of a disruptive price that can change the world. We were not looking to do like 10, 20, 30% improvement in vapor compression technology or combined with evaporative technology, but we were truly thinking about a 500% change that can be done, because that's the need of the hour. So I think the first principles are important. How you design the test methods for global cooling price. It was one of the most rigorous, I think, methods that was evaluated. And again, I think the way SEPT conducted, I think these tests here in India, I think it makes us, all of us, I think, proud in terms of really the cutting edge work that can happen here. So I think that's the first principles. The second is the interdisciplinary skills. And I would say that I think interdisciplinary skill and this triple sector leadership is really at the heart of, I think, what AEEE is. I think the Alliance for an Energy Efficient Economy that I have been working for the last 5 years. And we truly believe that a problem like climate change, it cannot be solved just through policies. Although I think I spend a lot of time working on policies, I think whether it's ECBC or I think whether it's data-driven policies, standards and labeling. How do you design next set of test methods to test air conditioning equipment, whether you need dynamic, I think, a display which actually gives direct feedback to data instead of like these long drawn out test development process. But I think the policies only take you so far. I think the academic community, all of you are part of that, the civil society organizations, and then the private sector community. I think they have to create that powerful ecosystem which will lead to better interdisciplinary thinking. And I will say that again, as I mentioned, that I went to Carnegie Mellon University, and I can tell you that Carnegie Mellon University was as interdisciplinary as you can get, I think, and this is, I'm talking about 30 years ago. I think I have not touched a keyboard, and I think we had to write a simulation program. We had to learn about transfer functions. We had to learn about numerical methods. We have to learn about, I think, all the heat transfer things and thermal nodes and other things while we were developing our own thermal comfort or heat transfer algorithms. So I think what I have seen that I think when teams come together, when architects and engineers come together, when I think cost estimators come together, when you are challenged, I think like this, the way I think the Solar Decathlon India construct has challenged you guys, then amazing things can happen. And again, I would say that one thing that all of you should be doing more is you should be asking this question, that how do you know? I think you don't just accept, I think even your teachers, I mean sometimes, and I hope that we have good teachers who wouldn't mind, I think if a student asks them this question, that how do you know that what you are telling me to do is the right thing? It will take you back. I mean, you will say, what kind of a question is this? But I think the kind of, I think, reflection that it will force you to do, if you are not very clear about the concept, is, I think, amazing. So that's my second point, I think, in terms of the interdisciplinary skills that I'm talking about. The third thing is the cost-effective design and construction. I think we had a lot of discussions. It was one of the evaluation criteria in Solar Decathlon India. And we have heard, I think, the RO and I think the jury members and others talk about the importance of this thing. So one of the things that and RO alluded to this, that when we started to think about why Solar Decathlon India could be a powerful movement in India, this was, I think, one of our big ideas. I mean, one of the things that we do again at AEEE is that we say that what is the big idea and why should we be working on the big idea? So the way to formulate this question, and I will encourage you to formulate, I think, your questions on what the big idea is, that what is the problem that you are trying to solve? And why is this problem so important? So I think that is the question that you need to continuously ask. And I think this was the question that we were reflecting upon when Prasad came and said that, hey, Satish, we need to actually work on Solar Decathlon India version, because we feel that we can probably do it better than I think any other country has done. And I truly believe that I think that's something that is possible. So the second thing is, I think, as part of the big idea, is that how do you develop a methodology? How do you develop a structure? How do you develop a construct that would allow you to roll out this big idea and get the large volunteer community, large teacher community, or large student community to get excited about this big idea? And then the final thing is that once you have done all these things, what is the big prize that we are really looking at? And I think that's a very important question. And the reason I think that question is very important is something that I think Aro and I and Prasad and the steering committee of like Nandini and Ashok Lalji, I think all of us are grappling with, that we have created something so, I think, wonderful. We all feel so passionate and excited about it. But this requires resources. So on one hand, you have, like, we are talking about cost-effective design and construction. And on the other hand, we are also continuously thinking about that how are we going to actually generate the resources? There are crores of rupees that are needed to run a program like this. And trust me, I think this is a problem that is keeping us awake at I think all these organizations in terms of. So the point I think that I am alluding to, that it is not a challenge just for students or faculty members. I think as a head of organization, I'm continuously being challenged by private sector companies that what is AEEE doing? Why should we be paying you a membership fee, or why should we be giving you 50 lakhs of rupees to run, I think, Solar Decathlon India? So it's a very, very and a continuous, I think, challenge that we need to see. Having said that, I believe that climate finance area and the amount of philanthropic money and the amount of resolve that different governments are starting to show to solve, I think, the climate action is also pretty vast. And I think it's just a matter of time that I think once we have done, I think, a Solar Decathlon event like this, I am very confident that I think we will be able to, I think, bridge all these gaps and will be able to continue to keep people, I think, motivated to do this thing. So the third thing was, while we have to think about cost-effective design and construction on one hand, listen to our customers, listen to, I think, the private sector, I think we should not give up on our beliefs. If we are passionate about something, if we truly care about something, I do believe that I think the solutions will emerge. Fourth thing is working with the industry. I think this is something that, again, is a very unique part of the Solar Decathlon India construct. I mean, we were very clear that this is not going to be an ivory tower solutions that students and faculty members are going to come out with. They are going to be challenged. They are going to be struggling to say that, hey, how can I actually take my design and reduce the cost by 30%? I believe that this is a very, very hard problem. I mean, and it can deflate, I think, all the excitement and energy, because you think you have something so good going in your design, why people are actually asking for cost effectiveness. But you know what? I think that's how the world works. That's what I have come to realize, that if we are not able to convince, I think, people who control the purse strings, then I think you will get frustrated in your life. And I think it's something that Alok said, and I think Alok and I both have worked in the private sector, I think, in the corporate world, and we truly have come to respect the corporate world for, I think, the discipline and the rigor, I think, in terms of cost effectiveness that it brings to the table. I was also looking at the amazing number of technologies, whether it's low energy cooling technology, whether it's AAC blocks, whether we are talking about BMS, whether we are talking about, I think, daylighting technology. I think the team has done an amazing job, and I was saying that all these technologies have to be actually further developed and made cost effective by the private sector. So working with the private sector, I think, is very, very important. And just like they challenge you, I would also encourage the student team to challenge the private sector and say, don't be that conservative. I think we can achieve economies of scale if you start to adopt, I think, some of the things. One of the other things that I would also do, that I think, while there is a lot of enthusiasm in the team, and I have heard people say that they want to do sustainable building design or sustainable built environment design, I think, as their profession, trust me, I think you will have, I think, a lot of challenges as you join, I think, the professional life. And while I think I was listening very carefully to Carl, and he mentioned that his mentor is Swati, and I think we all will have our mentors. I mean, yesterday, I will tell you, I'll give you a personal example. I wrote an email as I was listening to all the jury presentations that was going on to Professor Ardeshir Madhavi. I think some of you may remember him. He was my PhD advisor. He's one of the, I think, the fathers of building physics. I have been fortunate that he was my thesis advisor, and I learned building physics and the foundations of first principles from him. And I was saying that, Ardeshir, I think if you would have been participating in one of these jury members, you have felt proud that India is on the right path. Because some of the train the trainer workshops that you have done 12 years ago in India, when we were interacting with about 200 faculty members at that time, I think he was going through the principles that were being deployed by the students in the design. So have your own mentors. I think the mentors are absolutely critical. They inspire you to do amazing things. And they can be mentors in the form of your professors or industry people, or your, I think, somebody who you respect. Reach out to them. And I think, I'm sure that I think they would be more than happy to do that. Last thing I would say is on pursuing the dreams. I think that this is like finding the right job or your destiny or your calling or the right mentor. I think is something that is absolutely super important. And I believe this is something that you will pursue this in due course of time. I think this is, again, I think as I gave my example, that I thank my PhD advisor. I think that he found time and he did this pro bono work. I think even at that time, when I think I said that I would like you to come and do the train the trainer sessions. And he said, Satish, just I think he arranged for my air tickets, and I will. And he conducted 4 train the trainer workshop, National Institute of Architecture Education, I think in NIASA, that was there. We had organized it. And I think the kind of excitement, as I mentioned at the start of the talk, is exactly the same kind of excitement that I had felt at that time, when a lot of the faculty members were saying that, I think this is incredible. I think we have never thought about, I think, teaching, I think, our students and learning on our own. I think the other thing that I would say, going back to what Arjun Gupta said, that I think do community work, do volunteering. And personally, I would say that I think what I am today is because of the volunteer work. And AEEE has again benefited, and I'll just give a couple of examples as I wrap up. So I think when I was doing my PhD work, Ardeshir said that, Satish, you want to learn about thermal comfort? Join ASHRAE Technical Committee 2.1. This is human health and physiology. And I joined as a student member. ASHRAE is an incredible organization. You can join any technical committee, whether it's heat transfer, whether it's cold chain, an area where we are working, I think, extensively these days. And that's an area that I never learned about, but I think because that's a requirement for India, so we are diving into cold chain these days. And I think, and you can go and you can rub shoulders with I think, the global experts there. You can read, I think, how standards are developed, what is the thinking process. And the 2-3 years that I spent there, I think I was not contributing, but I was just absorbing. I was just reading the minutes. I was looking at the draft standards, and I was saying, okay, I think how is this thinking happening, and what is my experience? Why do I feel cold in my Carnegie Mellon University CAD lab when my Caucasian, I think, colleagues say that, no, we are fine. I mean, we don't feel cold at 20 degrees Celsius or 22 degrees Celsius. So I think it's those kind of reflections. I think moving on, I would say that just after my PhD, I was working with International Performance Measurement and Verification Protocol. This is a standard that is used by ESCO community for how to finance energy efficiency project. This was my first project straight out of my PhD, and I was working with like 100 global experts. And before we used to get on a call, I used to prepare for like 3-4 days for, I think, how am I going to actually speak, and whether I'm going to speak something which these people will say this guy or this kid doesn't know anything. I mean, just has a PhD degree. And I think the learning that I had with global experts like Art Rosenfeld and Greg Katz and Steve Schiller, I think they gave generously. They created IPMVP, which is used globally as the standard, and they didn't charge a dime, I think, to US Department of Energy for doing that. And the last example that I would give is Energize and Solar Decathlon India. These are two, I think, events or competition or something that I think AEEE is involved in. And we cannot do this kind of an effort without the volunteer contributions that I think we have. Maybe hundreds of people, or maybe I think more than that, have been involved in making it a success. So I think I will stop here. I know I have been speaking for some time, but I am absolutely delighted and thrilled. The work that I think all of you has done has really injected, I think, a renewed level of energy, I think, into us, and has given us so many new ideas, so many, I think, food for thought in terms of how to make it better. I'm sure that I think all of us will be reflecting on this, brainstorming, and even reaching out again to all of you. And I would once again say that please keep that volunteer spirit up, not just for Solar Decathlon India. We may be reaching out for our Energize, I think, a conference that we are going to be kicking off. It has been delayed, which is a research-based papers conference. So thank you very much. And I'm just so excited and so amazed, I think, the way I think this thing has happened. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Satish. That was wonderful. Now, division winners, don't settle down yet. We have one more hurdle for you. Please start preparing for your grand jury presentations, and remember, you will have only 10 minutes to make your pitch. And for the rest of us, it's time for a lunch break. And while you take your break, don't forget to visit the photo booth and click pictures. See you all at 1:45 p.m. afternoon, everyone. Before we start the session, let's do a quick AV check for everyone. So, Prasad, can you say something?
Hello.
Okay, I can
Mic
hear
check.
you. Thank you. Sanjay Verma, can you say something on the mic, please?
Yeah, hi, this is Sanjay.
Okay, great. Yeah, sounds great.
Yeah, hi, this is
Chan?
Jeet.
Hi, Jit. Yes, I can
Yeah,
hear you.
can you hear me? Yeah,
Yes, yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, but I think you need to keep your camera a little bit higher because your head is little. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm on a
Sure.
tablet. I'll just try to log in again from my computer. 1 second.
Okay, great. Sure. Yeah. In the meantime, Benny Chan, could you say something on the mic, please?
I can't see you, but I can hear you. Who is
Okay,
this?
great. Amanda here. I'm the
Amanda. Okay.
moderator. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
great. Yeah, thank you.
You can see me
Amanda,
clearly?
yes,
Yes,
you're
yes,
quite
we
clear,
can see
Ben.
you.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Go ahead.
Amanda, I'm just doing another check because I was getting an echo. Can you say something?
I think I will.
Hi,
I will
Prasad.
open my Windows. I will open my Windows. Maybe 1 second.
No, you're fine, Ben.
I'm fine.
You're fine. I was getting an echo with Amanda's voice.
Okay.
Amanda, can you
Okay.
say something?
Yeah, so hi, Prasad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sounds good. All good.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's check with Jeet Aib. I guess he has joined.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Jeet. Is Prasad in? Hi.
Yeah, I'm in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Prasad. Can't see you.
Great.
We'll see later.
Yeah, not yet. When we're in the stream, you'll see me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Jeet.
Yeah.
Can you kind of little bit put your camera a little higher because your forehead is getting cut in the frame. It'll be
Oh, is
nice
it?
if you're, yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Jeet. Can you hear me? Hello, Jeet. Can you hear me? Okay, I think we lost him. Let's wait for a couple of minutes for him to rejoin. Hello, hi Jeet.
Yeah, hi. Is better now?
Yep, yeah, great.
Cool. That seemed loud and clear, Jeet.
Hello, hi Jeet. Can you hear us?
Yeah, is it better now? Can you
Hello.
hear me? Yeah,
Yes,
can you
I
hear me?
can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll adjust the camera. I'm on a
Okay.
tablet, so I'll adjust it. Don't worry.
Yeah, sure, sure. Yeah, we'll wait. Hi Jeet.
Yeah,
Yeah. So are you ready?
yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Our division winners are going in front of the grand jury soon. But who are these jury members? What are they like? Are they really grand or are they just normal people like us? Prasad, can you tell us?
Well, Amanda, that's a really good question. Maybe we'll just bring the jury members in and try to get to know them. How about that?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Let's bring them in one by one.
Yep, let's do it.
Hi, Sanjay.
Hey, Prasad.
It's good to see you. So,
Likewise.
Sanjay Verma, yeah, is the regional CEO for Asia Pacific at G4S. It's the world's largest security and technology services company. Sanjay is currently based in Hong Kong. Previously, he's worked in the real estate and construction industry for more than 20 years. He's a graduate in mechanical engineering and has an MBA in finance and marketing. Sanjay, welcome to the jury.
Thank you. Thank you, Prasad.
And we've got Ben. So Benny Chan actually comes from the press and media. He has a humanities background. He heads the business news of the Press Trust of India in Bombay. And in his own words, he said that he makes a living by jumbling words and numbers, and he's done that for the past 20 years. He's also co-founded the Gateway Lit Fest, the largest national literary summit. Ben, it's great to have you. I'm really happy that you could make it. Ben, I'm not able to hear you yet.
Can you hear me? Thank you, Prasad. I mean,
Yes.
thanks for inviting me to be the grand jury.
Yes. You're welcome. And we have Jeet. Jeet Hype is the director of Good Earth. His video is still coming on. Good Earth actually does design build, natural farming, water and landscape work. So it's interesting. They kind of integrate design, development, sustainability, living needs, and future requirements into an integrated end-to-end design build service. Their expertise areas include architecture, ecological master planning, green design, water, sustainable buildings, urban landscaping, and of course, project delivery, because that's what design build involves. So, and Jeet is also an avid photographer, amongst some other interesting interests of his. Jeet, welcome to the jury.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. You're a kind of a black screen right now.
But we
Hopefully
can't see you. I think
Yeah.
I'll exit and come back again or something.
Okay, or you can remain a mystery.
Yeah, yeah, that's also okay.
Sure. Let's see if it clears up, if the camera clears up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do some questions with you guys so that our audience gets to know you, and I'm gonna start with Ben. So Ben, when you were invited to come to these finals and be the juror for pitch presentations, considering that you're from a business media kind of a background, and we're here talking about sustainability and buildings and climate change, what made you say yes?
To be frank, Prasad, I wasn't very convinced, even at the beginning of our first conversation, and the diversity that you were looking for, that you insisted on, I think that made me say yes to you. And probably I thought that okay, maybe my way of looking at news and numbers could be of some or to a great extent that way of dissecting numbers and news from what is more important from less important could be applied to the same process that as a jury here. I think that is quite okay because I have to select the best from the four, and I think I will apply the same manner or the same methodology that I used to select my headline. Say the top 20 headlines today over maybe 200 leads. So let me give it a try. So I have no architectural background, no engineering background. So from philosophy, if I could do successfully journalism, finance journalism for nearly 30 years, 28 years plus, I think I can give it a try. So let me see.
No, I think that's perfect because you said that you pick like headlines from 200s that you see, and really the process over here has been where these students have worked for 6 months, 9 months on their projects. They've come up with an understanding of the complexity. They've resolved their stuff. They've come to this stage, and we're really asking them to make sort of the headline statement of their project, right? And so it would be really nice if you can look at it from that lens. So and it's really cool. And you're right. I mean, we're looking for this diversity that you represent because we really want to see how these solutions connect with different types of people from different backgrounds. It doesn't, it's no use if everybody's an architect or everybody's an engineer in the jury and that's all we're talking about. Then we're just, we're in the echo.
You are sailing in the same direction.
Yeah, exactly. So it's good to have you. But your introduction, you obviously said that you jumble words and numbers. So should the participants be scared of you? Are you going to confuse them?
Let me be cautious on that.
Okay. But seriously, tell us what
because
it is.
The basic principle of journalism is simple. I can't be aggressive in my questions, but I can't antagonise the questionnaire, the interview. So I can be aggressive. I will be aggressive, or I can be aggressive, provided I am probed to do that. But if the students are friendly enough, they have all the right to antagonize me or make me angry, but I have no right to make them to get angry with them. So they can be comfortable.
Good. Well, the interesting thing is that just as you think you're going to challenge the students, I think we're going to challenge you as a journalist, because we're not going to allow you to ask questions. It's just a presentation, and then you sort of get to give your views on it.
I don't have, but last time we said that we can ask questions to them.
So now there's a googly for you.
Okay. Okay.
Anyway, but tell us, what is it about words and numbers that excites you? I mean, for 20 years you've been kind of doing that.
No, 28 years. 28 years.
28 years, yeah. So what is it about living with words and numbers really is something that really excites you, and you've been doing it?
At the end of the day, of course, the last 15 months may not be that interesting or that vivacious as it has to be. It had been because of the lockdown. But otherwise, meeting people and looking into their eyes and asking questions. And every day you meet 50 old people, all new faces. I think that that diversity of the people that you meet gets you. It keeps you always sharp. One thing. Of course, if you are lazy by constitution, then it does it. Otherwise, okay, there are most of the journalists, especially the newbies that come into the picture, they are just happy being writing one story and getting back to home or going to the pub and doing whatever they possibly like. But unless you keep yourself on the toes, that involves reading as much as possible and meeting as many people as possible, or even that does not demand your stature to meet, but still, okay, it is from 10 different sources or 10 different gossips on the same topic or the related topic. That's your good story. Almost all the best stories come out of gossips. Initial gossips mostly over the drinks or mostly over coffee.
Information flows when liquid flow, right? But yeah, it's nice. What I'm getting out of this is that it's sort of a hunger for information, for learning, for understanding, for meeting people. Increasing the breadth of all of that. That's what kind of has kept you in this field for 28 years.
Precisely. Yeah. Of course, then
So
I don't have that. Plus, maybe I am a bit lazy to try something quite new. Maybe I lack that gut feel to attempt something quite new. Maybe that is partly true. That is partly true.
Well, I'm totally thrilled to hear that it's learning and it's absorbing new stuff and analyzing new stuff. And
no, you can never be a journalist. You can never say, okay, I have enough. I have met enough people. I have done enough stories. No, the moment you start thinking that, then you stop being a reporter. And at the end of the day, even an editor-in-chief has to be a reporter.
Sure.
Has to be a reporter. That is asking stupid questions.
No, I remember that when I asked you, if you wanted to be a jury member, and you did ask me some really tough questions. So I have been on, the in front of your firing, in a sense. Yeah. So, but yeah, glad to have you. I'm going to come back to you for a couple of other things, but right now let's move on to Jeet. Jeet, I'm really, interested that you chose a design-build business model, and I want to understand, and I want our students and our audience to also kind of know, why did you choose a design-build business model?
I guess it's a long story, but when I was in college, I always questioned of how things would be built, and that led me to go to Auroville. And actually, what I liked about Auroville is not the fact that there were architects there and people who were building, but more it's about the life that they were leading. They were trying to experiment with living differently, and that was interesting for me. Other than that, I think it was this, Baker, who kind of influenced a lot of us. and then he kind of was a natural builder. So he always taught us that if you don't build, you cannot design. So,
Jit, you referred
so it
to
became a
Laurie
natural
Baker?
course. Yeah, Laurie Baker.
Okay.
So it was a natural course for us to take. We always started off building whatever projects we designed, and we learned a lot from that process. We call it the feedback and feed forward loop, that you keep learning from your projects, and the design doesn't stop at the paper. It goes to the ground, and it continues. And as it's, I'm happy to see there is a lot of teamwork happening in these projects. The same in our organization.
Oops, we lost Jeet's stream. I wonder if he'll be able to join back. But he's been telling us about some really interesting stuff about why the build process is important to the design process and vice versa. So I would like to tell him, but he's not here, but I'll tell the rest of the audience that the dream for Solar Decathlon India is that we actually turn it into a design build competition. That it doesn't stop at your designs, but that we figure out a way over the next 2 or 3 years to engage the construction and real estate industry in a way so that at least some of these designs become reality, at least some of these designs are built, and the feedback process for the students is completed before you even get into the profession. So I'm really, thrilled that that's kind of that Jeet has that background, and that's kind of why he got into it. I'm going to wait for him to come back, but meanwhile, I'm going to move on to Sanjay. Sanjay, you've had a long and successful career in building and real estate, and this is something that the earlier session in the morning talked about the right kinds of metrics, the right kinds of things that we need to do, whether it's related to cost or something, and the challenges in front of us in terms of sustainability, climate change. But what is it, or do real estate investors look for solutions that include sustainability and address climate change? And if they do or if they don't, what's going on there? Can you give us a picture from your experience in that industry?
Sure. Thanks, Prasad. Yep, I've had a long career for sure. Successful, I don't know, but I think sometimes the length of the career can give you insight. So, this question, I think, is not just related to real estate investments. I think it just you have to really see how the corporate objectives have changed over the last sort of 20 years. So 15, 20 years, it was considered nice for a company to publish one paragraph in their annual report that we are committed to sustainability, and that was enough. A few years later, it became imperative that printing a paragraph in the annual report is not sufficient. The board needs to make some measurable commitments and the right noise. So that started to happen. But still, at the executive level, CEO and below, there was very little to sort of track and deliver. I think that has changed completely. We've seen that the investors in organizations, whether they're institutional investors or retail investors, they expect a certain kind of behavior from organizations in their commitment to the environment. And it is not because they all want to win the Nobel Prize or want to look nice. They realize that in the long run, companies that are sustainable perhaps have longevity and deliver better returns. So I think we have moved from it sounds nice to it basically impacts your numbers. And I'm a capitalist, and I think till you're not able to sort of somehow link it to financial performance, the corporate world will not budge. The good news is I think that's where we are today. So I think in general, even if you look at S&P 100 or FTSE 100, you'll realize companies that make some visible, measurable commitments towards climate change or sustainability, they get more investor backing in doing their things. And investors do that because they think they'll make more return. So coming back to real estate, just to give you some factual, so if you look at some of the world's largest real estate investors, who would fund development projects all over the world, the likes of Blackstone's and Brookfield, and even regional ones, GIC, Abu Dhabi Investment Trust. They all now, if you engage with them, if you're a developer or you're a project raising capital, you will find that in their matrix of things to put a tick box in and have a conversation, this is a very prominent item. So now, where we've not reached, unfortunately, so far, but I think it's only a matter of time, is that mathematically, it's still people are struggling to say, okay, if I have all of the sustainable features, how much more risk premium will I get? So I think that math's still a fudgy. But for sure, if there are 4 projects that a Blackstone is looking at, and 1 out of those 4 scores high on sustainability, will get their attention better. So I think the short answer is that it is definitely a very, very critical item for investors, and not because it looks nice, because I think they believe this will deliver better long-term returns.
Okay. So in Solar Decathlon India, one of our 10 contests is on resilience. And within resilience, we've asked these students to address things such as, in the face of disaster, in the face of a hazard, how does the building withstand that? Whether it's an earthquake, it's a flood, it's a storm, it's a heat wave, how do you protect lives and the property? And also that if you really have sort of a meteorological lockdown event where you've got a storm or you've got something and flood, etc., and the building that they are designing is isolated, becomes an island, then how many hours, how many days can critical function go on? So we've added this in as one of the 10 contests of the Decathlon. And does this kind of a thing then sway investors or people who are looking into real estate?
So I think 2 angles. By the way, this is a really important topic, and I think in the current context, it's become far more relevant. In economics, we always talk about black swan events and fault lines. And until they happen, they are more academic. When they happen, suddenly everybody wakes up and starts to say, no, we got to prepare for it. Unfortunately, in the building industries, it was sort of overlooked, and crisis management was left to a healthcare administration or the urban administration. But I don't think it's as relevant a question until now. But now when we've seen, so at the end of the day, these buildings that these investors own, they earn income from tenants, right? If they're a commercial tenant, from a warehouse or an industrial facility, or if it's residential, there are people. So that income stream really depends on how the building or that income stream responds to certain crises or certain things that will impact it. Like, in IT, you do a stress test, right? You switch off the server and see how your systems respond. This is no different. So I think more and more investors now would look for, I wouldn't say they would go to the extent of, how will you address lighting and air conditioning, but certainly, have you prepared, have the building services and the building management respond in the state of a crisis? And then you could then build scenarios. So if I'm an investor today, I would like to see that as part of the pitch. And then I would like to see how it's being implemented at a design level. If it's not there, once again, I would consider that risk has not been identified. So at the end of the day, an investor has a number of risks. So the process is first to identify risk. Have I identified everything? This is one of the risks, which we know. Have I measured the risk? So you put some sort of what would it mean if this happens to my income stream? And 3, what are the things included in the building design or the process to mitigate that risk? So eventually that funnel, not all risks can be understood, measured, or mitigated. Some risks you live with, and that is the thing that you pay a premium for. So I like to pay the least premium as an investor, which means as many risks I can identify, measure, and mitigate, better for me. And like I said, in the last 2 years, this one risk of business continuity, which we use in the corporate world, but it's true for any establishment, has become really important. Like if all things will come to a standstill, then the loss of productivity and processes could have a very cascading effect on a lot of the other metrics.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what we were trying to get at with, having the students measure or predict, at least start putting some numbers to what is the functionality of the building that will happen when disaster strikes. Yeah,
Sure.
so I think that's good to know, and some of the things that you said are interesting. It'll probably help us, moving forward as we even start looking at, how to redefine the competition and its rules for next year. So
Sure.
yeah, it's good. And speaking of resilience, Jeet, I'm going to come back to you. You actually were talking about design, build, etc., and your story. I want you to complete that, but I also want to ask you. Um, you've also gotten into natural farming, so this you know give me the big picture, like what is it about design, build, natural farming, photography, etc., that sort of brings it together for you?
Yeah. So, as I said, when I was in Auroville, I kind of got inspired by the permaculture movement, which was in the 90s. And I realized very soon that food is probably more important than building, and today it's even more important. Uh, and also the relationship of food with land, the economics, water, for example, it's a very big thing, and the lifestyle that we have. You know, Earlier food was kind of a necessity and we just ate whatever was thrown at us. Today it's become a commodity and they're throwing all kinds of things at us. So they're tempting us with food actually we don't need. Uh, so how do you convince your customers to kind of lead a lifestyle which is much greener by the choice of food that they make? And also the distance. Food travels a lot of distance, so how to reduce that distance? How to grow food in your right from your backyard, or encourage local farmers to grow food for you, and also understand where your food comes from. And I think we've tried for the last 20 years or so, but not been very successful. The process is on. I mean, we've looking at you know landscape itself as being edible, and the whole idea of design with food in as a focus. In permaculture, they tell you that you look at the site and then you see uh, where you can actually not grow things. That is where you build. As an architect, I was
Yeah,
taught
yeah.
to identify a site which is the best to locate the building. But in permaculture, they say leave all the green areas where you can grow food, and then whatever is a rock where you can't grow anything, but that's where you put your building. So
Right.
it's a completely different way to think about architecture, and it's important that youngsters look at food very very seriously. So I think,
Yep.
yeah, that's a journey that we are still on, but I hope we will achieve something.
Thanks. I'm uh, I like the fact that the three of you are coming from, I would say, probably like 120 degrees of each other towards this these solutions that these students are going to present to you. But I'm going to move on to a slightly lighter note here. I'm going to ask you this or that type of questions so that the students get to know you somewhat on a lighter note, and it's basically like rapid fire. So I'm going to have Sanjay go first. You good, Sanjay?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So, cricket or football?
Cricket.
Oh, nice. Okay. Windows or Mac?
Mac.
All right. So far, I'm ticking the right boxes here. Mountains or beach?
Mountains.
Mountains. Okay. And so, how does that work with where you live?
I actually have both, fortunately. So,
Okay, that's
so
good.
the island of Hong Kong is that way. People think it's brick and mortar, but I think Jeet would like it. So the island I live on, only 12% of it is built on. 88% is left green
Amazing,
and
isn't it?
reservoirs
Yeah.
and everything. It's beautiful. So when
Yeah.
people travel to Hong Kong, they see the airport, the downtown, and it is quite dense. But the rest, I mean, there are mountains and hiking trails that you could be in a wild forest. It's a bit cocoon, so I mean, 2 kilometers and you could be bang in front of a new building, but it's quite nice. So yeah, I'm lucky to have both.
So the next one is going to tell us about, I'm going to say about your age. Marvel or DC?
Okay, that's a tough one. So I'm an absolute nerd and a comic junkie. So this itself could take 2 hours. So here's the thing I can tell you. I don't dislike either, but I absolutely love the Snyder Cut.
Yes.
That was 4 hours well invested.
Right.
But I don't hate Marvel. I think Stan Lee was just a genius, and so.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. Yes, their sense of humor is amazing.
Oh yeah.
So shoes or sandals?
If I have a choice, neither. But I wear shoes or sandals because I have to. So I don't wear anything.
You're barefoot guy.
You have to, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't like wearing things, accessories or anything.
Okay. So last question for you. What's your favorite food?
Food?
Yeah.
Like cuisine or?
Sure, whatever. Yeah.
Or dish is samosa. That should.
Oh, nice. Okay.
As healthy as you can get. But yeah, I would say that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Participants, if you're listening, you know now that if you're a pyramid-shaped building, you'll probably win with Sanjay. Yeah. So, okay. So, Ben, it's your turn now to face the music. Ready?
Okay. Yep.
Cat or dog?
Neither.
Neither. Okay. Oh, okay. Then pandas or dolphins?
Probably dolphins.
Dolphins. Okay. Sweet or salty?
Salty.
Salty.
Okay. I'm diabetic.
Okay. Well, this one has nothing to do with sugar. Superman or Batman?
I did not grow up with any of those.
You didn't grow up with those. Okay. That's going to tell the audience a little bit about you already. But here's something.
More of a countryside rustic.
Okay.
Those spend most of my life outside in Delhi and Bombay. But I have my roots and my mind in the countryside.
So I think I'm going to be able to guess the answer to the next one, but you can tell us: jeans or formal pants?
Jeans.
Yes. Trains or motorbikes?
I love both.
You love both. Okay.
I'm an avid driver.
Okay. This one's going to really take you out in the left field. 3 arms or 3 legs?
I didn't get you. What?
What do you prefer, 3 arms or 3 legs? I told you it's going to take you out in the left field.
Okay, 3 arms.
3 arms. Okay. You would like to do more. Cool.
I have officially 10 years left to retire, so I think 3 arms would be better than three legs.
3 legs. Okay. What's your favorite movie?
No. See, I'm not a movie buff, but
you're not.
The best movies are Malayalam movies. So
I totally respect that. Yeah, they're
maybe the Adoor movies or Dilesh Potan movies or plays. If the new movies, it is Dilesh Potan. If it is the old ones, it is Adoor Gopalakrishnan.
Gotcha. So
I can't enjoy Hindi movies. I can't enjoy English movies. I just watch Malayalam movies.
Okay. So I think this is going to give the audience some kind of view about you. We'll see, what that does. Moving on to Jeet. Jeet, here's an easy one for you. Tea or coffee?
Tea.
Okay, you're a chai wala. All right. iPhone or Android phone?
Android.
Okay. All right, here's a tough one. Money or fame?
Neither.
Neither. Okay. Easy one. Books or movies?
Books.
Books. All right. And here's one that will put you in a box given our audience: form or function?
Function.
Function. Okay. Pasta or pizza?
Pasta.
Pasta. Okay. Don't say Orwell to this, but what's your favorite city?
City.
Yes.
I think the city I live in, Bangalore.
Bangalore. Okay. All right. Go Bangalore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. So I think that you guys have passed the test and you're qualified as jury members. Therefore, we are going to go on to the next part, which is to talk seriously about the responsibility that you have generously offered to take on. The grand jury presentations are from our 4 division winners. That's what you're going to look at. The division jury has looked at entries over the period of 3 weeks. They're industry experts. They've selected these winners for being innovative, market ready, and game changers to climate change. These winners will present you different types of projects: a multifamily housing building, an office building, an educational building, and a community resilience shelter. So basically, we're asking you to pick between apples, oranges, bananas, and mangoes. So I'm going to start with you, Jeet. What are your expectations and what will you be looking for in these pitches made to you?
Yeah. So one is that all 4 are winners. That's a given. And they also presented everything that is technically correct and what is required of them. So now I'm looking for actually more an emotional inspiration in their project. Something that there's playfulness, something that is which we can differentiate, something that they have done or hope to do in their project that will bring about some behavioral change, something which will give the user a smile on his face, and that
Okay.
is what I'm looking for. So it's
Okay.
more now to the heart and less of the head. So we've had a
Sweet,
lot of
sweet.
head, and I think now let's go emotional about it and see put yourself as a user of your space and see what you can do. You may have not put it in your presentation, but I think you can still think even during the design process, if there's something that really brought out memories of your past, experiences that you kind of liked and
Okay.
would like to. I think that will be the differentiator in any all these
For you.
projects.
Okay. Okay.
So
Okay.
what is the
Yeah.
emotional code?
Nice. Okay. Ben, same question for you. How would you come at it? What are your expectations? What you be looking for?
You'll have to unmute.
You're mute, Ben.
Ben, you're mute.
Yeah. The commercial viability,
Okay.
the scalability,
Okay.
and salability.
Salability. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So a
in the
different
sense that,
way of looking at things.
salability, in the sense that okay, how this can be sold to buyers, not investors.
Buyers. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because that involves a lot of education for the buyer or the buyer class.
Okay.
The builder has
Yeah.
to make a lot of education to get how a green building is the way forward, and
Yeah.
okay, that's the future. That's the future.
Fair enough. I think you'll have to maybe mold that expectation a little bit because of the building types. Like multifamily housing is obviously right up there with what you're looking for. Office building is more likely to be rentable than purchasable real estate. Educational buildings are, in a sense, neither, and community resilience shelters are a completely different animal. So I think you'll have to, play around with that in your head about what salability means in the context of these 4 buildings. But maybe Sanjay, while answering the same questions, you could throw a little bit of light on how one should look at these four buildings differently? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I agree with Jeet being all for the winners and even the ones who couldn't make it. I mean, if you remember, Prasad, when you had the chat with me about the being a jury, um, as you grow old, you spend your time wisely. So I don't come to anything where I don't learn anything. So one of the things that excites me is that there are, these young people, they're full of ideas, and it'll be, so I'm really excited to see what are those ideas, and no idea is bad till its time has come. So I think my idea is not judging, but I have been using a framework for years that helps me in decision making, and that is uh, behind every idea, you go look for intent, context, and impact. So, and
Okay.
they go from very fudgy, emotional, as Jeet said, to very firm, definable, as Benny is saying. So, intent is like what's driving you behind the idea? Is it what's the emotional drive behind the idea? It can't be, you
Yeah.
can't wake up and say, I have to think of an idea today. Just anything would do, right? I mean, there must be. So, what's the intent? Context, I think, gives a framework to that idea, like where does the idea belong, where it's located. When I say located, who are the stakeholders, what all it touches, etc. And then impact is what does it do at the end of the
Yeah.
day. If it's done, what is it impacting? And it could be a commercial impact, it could be a social impact, it could
Okay.
be so these three help me just sort of navigate any idea, if it's a revolution or a building or a technology product. So I think these three give me reference. But to your question of how do we evaluate impact, I mean, each category has its own impact. The idea is
Yeah.
not to convert everything into money, but it's
Right.
it's 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 important that you define the measurement of that impact.
Yeah.
Once you
Yeah.
define,
Okay.
then you should be able to measure your project against that. Because what I don't like is all qualitative fudgy. Like, we'll change the world means nothing to me. So you meet some people and say, oh, this will change the world. Like, what does that mean? So even if an impact is fudgy, that's fine, as long as you define it, and then you can aspire to measure and reach that. So that's how I
Yeah,
look at it.
yeah. No, I think that's very elegantly said. I think it puts a framework around your thinking for sure, but it also allows me to restructure my own thing where I said you guys are coming at it from 120 degrees, but you're probably more at it where you're sitting in the middle of these other two people kind of, and I think it'll be interesting to have be privy to the jury conversations that take place after you've seen the presentations. So thank you very much for sharing those insights and your interest, hobbies, your arms and legs, etc. And I think we're honored to have you, and I'm excited to move on to getting you in front or getting the students in front of you. So Amanda, what do you think? Are they grand jury or are they normal people?
Definitely, they are very grand.
Okay. All right, then let's take the grand jury to the grand presentations.
Yep, let's do it. But first, let's take a 5 minutes break to set up for the next session. We will wait for the next session speakers to join in.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So before we begin the presentations, we are going to hear from the winning teams. Yay! So, Team Scandus family, let's hear from you first.
Yeah, like I don't know what to say. I'm speechless actually. Yep. It's really nice to be a part of Decathlon, and right now we are in the grand juries, and it's really amazing to be here. And the experience was really nice.
Thank you. Thank you, Scheme Scandus family. Congratulations. Now, let's hear from Team Arkans.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
So, firstly, I would like to thank the Solar Decathlon team for giving us a platform to showcase our work and the talent. I thank my team members for the constant hard work and dedication because without their collaboration and the unity in team, it's really hard for me as a team lead to manage this large group. It's totally a new experience because right now we all are working alone at home and we interact our faculty member, TRG member through the virtual media. And this is a year-long competition. And by doing this competition, this impact my day-to-day habit and also change my way of thinking. So thank you for all and thank you for giving us this moment.
Thank you. Congratulations, Team Arkans. We love to see your excitement. Let's move
Thank
on
you.
and let's hear from Team Sparicum now.
Afternoon, everyone. So, Solo Decathlon, it was a journey where my team members, everyone helped each other out, where my faculty members, everyone was so supportive, so many people helped to us, and there were so many talks that we had with so many big people, and it was so nice to listen to their arguments to our design. It was so nice to give our solution to us to something that is going to help in future. So it was an what should I say? I have no words to explain the amount of happiness that I have right now, and we thank Solar Decathlon for this.
Thank you, Team Sparicum. Congratulations once again. And our
Thank you.
last winning team is Team Stellar. Let's hear from Team Stellar now.
Yeah, actually, thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for first of all, I'd like to thank our faculty members who supported us and who guided us time to time, and then my team, like who all of us we coordinated really well and reached to this level. So I just wanted to thank you all.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations once again to everyone. Now we begin with the grand jury presentations from the 4 winners of the 4 divisions. The division winners have already jumped through all the hurdles of our challenge. The division jury has selected these teams because they've excelled in their work. These projects are close to market ready. Now they will make a short pitch to the grand jury. Each team gets 10 minutes to make their pitch, and the jury will play the role of potential investors. Of the 4, they will pick one project that they think would be worth investing in. I hope the jury members have their checkbooks ready. So, Jeet, Sanjay, and Ben, are you all ready? Great. So, let's start with our first presentation.
Yes, yeah.
So, our first presentation is from Team Scandus Family, the winner of Multifamily Housing Division. So, team, you can share your screen now. You can share your screen now, Team Scandus Family.
Okay, sorry.
So before you guys start your presentation, here's a quick instruction for you guys. You will have 10 minutes to present your work to the jury. At the 9th minute, I will give you a signal. You won't have an 11th minute, which means at 10 minutes, I will stop you and ask you to end your presentation. So, team, all the best. Stage is yours now.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone, participants, professionals, and all the jury members. Our team is a 13-member team, Scandus family. We'll be presenting to you our prototypical multi-family housing cluster designed in a township named Dhan. Our site is about 30 kilometers from the Pink City, Jaipur, in the country's hot and dry region. The site, which is located in a harsh climate, receives almost 635.5 mm rainfall on an average annual basis and experiences extreme temperatures during peak seasons. The township Dhun is an eco-friendly township that aims to improve social sustainability and urbanization. It combines traditional building methods and sensibilities with cutting-edge technology. It's envisioned as a living development that helps people grow as individuals. The land revitalization for ecological development was the first and the most important step in the entire design process. Now, in the township, our site is located on the western edge of the township, which is 19,007 square meters site, wherein the prototypical model is designed just for one third of the site, which accounts for 6,500 square meters. Moving on to our project, which is named Advait Dhan, is our perception towards the approach by the mother project Dhan. Designed mainly for the support staff that is to be working within the township, it seeks to provide interesting and innovative solutions to the problems caused by the climatic conditions, along with goal of carrying forward the legacy by the mother project. Now, the design process went by a hierarchy of space was maintained, as can be seen in the traditional Rajasthani architecture, with community spaces were included in between shaded streets, terraces, and around the community well to promote community interaction and create sense of belonging for the residents. Now, flexibility of spaces, as the spaces can be redefined according to the occupant's socio-cultural behaviors. Clusters are formed depending on the number of users, like block of 6 dwelling units, row of 12 dwelling units, clusters of 24 dwelling units. Higher the massing, more the resilient the design is. Now, moving on to the innovation part of the design, our innovative design adores the adversities of the climate without compromising the thermal, spatial, and experiential comfort of the occupant. Our innovation includes segregation of daytime and nighttime spaces with high thermal mass envelope, which uses high diurnal fluctuation for daytime spaces and lightweighted insulated envelope for night purging for the night spaces. South-facing multi-level coat was designed to enhance the functionality of removing hot air in summer and to enhance solar gain in winter without compromising the spatial functions of a traditional coat area. Integration of the earth air heat exchanger system assisted with solar chimney and open coat was also included. Moving further, a unit on each row is removed in the ground floor plan to create a visual and pedestrian access across the street with the community area as the focal point, as you can see in the ground floor plan. All the ground floor units are universally accessible. At the terrace level, an overhead bridge connects two rows across the street, creating a rooftop community space. Solar panels mounted on trusses and terracescaping space create an interplay of shaded and open to sky spaces, improving spatial quality, function, and thermal comfort, while also encouraging social activities like kite flying, which is very common in places like Jaipur. Moving further, the section of our building, it depicts the solar court at various levels, as well as shows how the extensions provide shading to the street. Next, the south side elevation demonstrates how Jali was used for thermal and spatial comfort, as well as contributing to the architectural language and aesthetics. Next, we'll be having a few views that will determine the spatial quality and the experiential factors. Next, we'll be having this view shows the street that is completely covered by mutual shading and the overhead pathway. Yeah. So after the views, The structural system. We chose a composite structural design with prefabricated floor slabs and an RCC cast in situation skeletal structure. Fly ash can be used to replace about 20 to 30% of the cement because the soil has an SBC value of 8. The foundation RCC strip foundation, it stands on a 450-foot high plinth. The envelope is made up of lightweight walls and cavity walls, which are 505 thick and 115 thick, respectively. Um, the 150 thick intermediate floor and the envelope is 150 thick intermediate floor and the terrace slabs are made of prefabricated hollow core slabs. We were able to reduce almost 50% of the construction time by integrating prefab slabs module into the project, thereby saving the labor charges. They also tend to improve the quality standard, modularity, and uniformity of the structure. Moving further about the life cycle cost, we calculated the life cycle cost for a proposed lifetime of around 40 years. For the life cycle cost comparison, a cost estimate from the project partner was chosen as the baseline. In the comparison of the life cycle cost to the base case, a savings of about 6.81 million rupees was achieved. Moving further, in similar hot and dry geoclimatic locations, our design is globally scalable. In harsh conditions of such regions, the design is resistant to high diurnal fluctuations, high solar flux, dust storms, and water scarcity. Now we look at the scalability of the building envelope. The key components of the building envelope are LSEB and agrocrete. If these components are not feasible in the proposed geographical location, concrete blocks and bricks can be used to fill the envelope's design slots. Water can be used to cool sites with similar geoclimatic conditions with abundant water. During the dry summers, water misters can be used in an earth air tunnel system to humidify the air. Coming to the energy performance, we were able to achieve an API of 19.9 kilowatt hour per meter square per year through equipment optimization, use of passive strategies, and building envelope optimization. A net positive energy system is maintained through the use of solar PV panels mounted on the terraces. Since water scarcity is a major problem in the region, our aim was to reduce and reuse water at all stages, pre and post occupancy. Moving on, various other measures were taken care of in order to make the design ecologically and socially sustainable. Vehicle mobility was restricted to the outskirts of the site, and use of sustainable transport was encouraged. The earth air tunnel, coupled with solar chimney system, ensures fresh air supply throughout the year. A carbon negative envelope was created with and local materials like bamboo checks were used to provide opportunity to the local artisans. Proper water and waste management systems were outlined, thus making it an innovative, affordable solution. Summing up our entire presentation, I would like to add, while our design is all focused on achieving complete net zero, it also takes community development and social livelihood into account, and the experiential factor as well. Everything that we learned is put into practice in a sustainable way, with the objective of humans adjusting to the planet rather than the planet adjusting to the humans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Team Skander's family. Great presentations. So before we move ahead with the next presentation, let's make the next speakers in, and then we'll start our presentations. So let's take a break for some time. Thank you. All right, we are back. So let's move on to our next presentation from Team Orkans, the winner of Educational Building Division. So team, you can share your screen now and you can go in a presentation mode. Okay, so before you begin your presentations, once again, here's a quick instruction for you guys. You will have 10 minutes to present your work to the jury. At the 9th minute, I will ring you a signal. You won't have an 11th minute, which means at 10 minutes, I will stop you and ask you to end your presentation. So stage is yours now. All the best.
Hello and good afternoon. We are the team Arkans from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. We present to you ORD International School. The team Arkans comprises 12 members from third year Bachelor of Architecture and 1 member from second year Masters of BEM. Our team is advised by our faculty, Professor Dr. Shweta Manchanda. We worked in cooperation with our project partner ORD Towers under the guidance of our industry partners.
Words like sustainable, adaptive, innovative, or green are often used to fascinate an audience without effectively being applied in real life. They have long been used as catchphrases but left as just mere concepts in textbooks. Now, with the environmental conditions around the globe depreciating at an alarming rate, it becomes extremely important for us to take a step ahead and bring these concepts to life. We know reducing carbon dioxide emissions is the only way to slow climate change. But what's actually the biggest polluter? Buildings and their construction together account for 36% of global energy use and 39% of energy related carbon dioxide emissions annually. Carbon emission from the burning of fuels alone has seen a tremendous increase in CO2 levels since 1941 by almost 1041%. Urban areas contribute a lot to this ever-growing construction industry and are a major source of pollution. New Delhi, for instance, contributes 69 million metric tons of carbon dioxide annually.
Schools are the place where people spend most of their childhood, and they are the spaces where people learn what it is to live in a society. They involve entire communities and can model long term changes in habits. Hence, they constitute a part of the building sector that is uniquely suited to provide leadership in sustainability. Being situated in dense urban context of Noida in JP Town, the area holds multinational offices with high-class occupants. The Town is scattered across 4 nearby sectors, and this is the site provided for an educational building. ORD International School, as designed by us, is a net positive and net zero water building which serves 2,400 occupants on a site area of 3.7 acres.
The project's most effective energy saving features are based on passive design strategies. Optimum orientation and massing of the building, along with integrated courtyards, create a cool microclimate. Thoughtfully designed shading devices create the optimal conditions for daylit interiors. Our approach yields classrooms that don't require artificial lighting for as much as 80% of the operational hours. For the school to require as little energy as possible for heating and cooling, we designed a heavily insulated building envelope based on cost benefit analysis. This saves 2.5 lakh units of energy per year. The environmental impact of this is equivalent to carbon recycled by 3,000 trees in a year. The inclusion of green courtyards improves the quality of space, creating a microclimate worthy to be in. The passive strategies used result in making 77% of the annual operational hours comfortable without any need for refrigerant cooling. Adding to this, we have used displacement ventilation to cool the classroom air. This system improves the indoor air quality. Multiple studies have proven that it increases the attendance of students as it prevents airborne diseases and eliminates the sick building syndrome. We used a two-stage cooling system with wind tower and VRF, air displacement ventilation. The incremental cost for HVAC came out to be 1 crore, and the carbon emission reduced due to this is equal to carbon absorbed by 2,400 trees in a year, and it saves the administration 1,500 rupees per student per year.
Remember, we talked about natural daylight? We have devised a method to get natural light even to spaces where it does not reach directly. This device captures the sunlight using a convex lens and takes it to low lit spaces using optical fibers. This system will limit the lighting consumption during the daytime. Making spaces that allow for adaptive reuse is part of sustainability, as it provides the opportunity to employ the facilities for more uses and cuts down on the need to build more. We have designed the adaptive and easy to install modular pavilions using sustainable materials. These kits can be installed in any desired combination to create a range of different spaces catering to different needs and functions. Changing the size and scale of the modules further expands its usability. These modules can be used as a relaxing spot for students in the courtyard or kiosks for the school fair. The stage for function and podium being an example of usefulness for elements for a school. A net zero building generates as much energy as it uses. ORD International School goes further and generates 50% more energy than it needs to operate. The surplus energy produced from the PV system is sold back to the distributor for profits. The total energy saved from the solar panel translates to saving 2,300 per student per year from the operational costs. The reduced carbon emissions are equivalent to carbon recycled by 5,800 trees in a year.
Summing up all the operational savings through these strategies, we save up to 10% on the operational costs every year. And as these strategies are scalable, they can be repeated even for smaller or bigger capacities. Scaling down our school business model, we have calculated savings for a primary school nearly one third in size with less than half the occupants, and it comes to around rupees 40 lakhs per year. If the profit margins are kept unchanged, then the reduced operational costs reflect directly as lower student fees. The project costs around 45 crores after adding and updating some of the building's systems. But despite these incremental costs, we save up to rupees 1 crore per year in operational costs. The profits cross 7 crores with 30 kilowatt hour per square meter energy saved each year. By a net zero water design, we have managed to save 1.7 lakh liters of water per day. Our school is compliant with LEED Platinum and WELL certifications. If ORD school has this many benefits, what happens if we release this model nationally? The same methods can be applied to get the desired benefits for both the client and the community. The steady increasing urban population will create a shortage of schools, and application of our model helps society grow sustainably. But the benefits of a sustainable school are not entirely or even primarily for the outside world. Sustainable schools also provide better learning environments for the students. Studies show that students achieved 7% to 18% higher test scores at the end of the year in daylit classrooms. A healthier environment reflects in increased attendance of both students and employees. Better air quality reduces respiratory problems in school. According to a study, daily average attendance increased from 89% to 93% after the installation of displacement ventilation. Teacher performance and satisfaction also increases, and it affects both quality and the operating costs of education. A compelling moral argument exists for demonstrating environmental stewardship in schools where children first learn what it is to be part of the world. Moreover, with schools comprising approximately 5% of all construction activities, sustainable practices in school would have a measurable impact on energy and resource consumption. Still, if a person is neither motivated by morality nor by fear, our business model demonstrates that energy efficiency and a healthy environment can rapidly pay back the investors. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Arkans. You did a great job. Now, let's wait for the next presentation. And while we wait for the next speakers to join in, let's take a 5 minutes break. All right, let's begin with our next presentation. Our third presentation is from Kill Bill 4, the winner of the office building division. Okay, I'm sorry. It's from Team Sparika, the winner of the CRS division. Sorry, the winner of the office building division. Team, please share your screen. Okay, so a quick instructions for you guys. You will have 10 minutes to present your work to the jury. At the 9th minute, I will ring you a signal. You won't have an 11th minute, which means at 10 minutes, I will stop you and ask you to end your presentation. So, all the best, team.
Mike.
Good afternoon, jurors and everyone present here. We present our project Riza Zero. Riza Zero comprises of two words, Riza, which in Croatian language means rice, and zero for our net zero approach. This is our team, 11 members from School of Planning and Architecture. We partnered up with Goel International Private Limited, one of the top exporters of rice in India. The site is located in a rice mill that is located in a Karnal district of Haryana. Our site is located at the entrance of the 25-acre rice mill plant, and it has Sonkra Road at front of it.
The site where we propose to build the office building has a very challenging context. Talking about the airborne pollutants affecting the site, since the site is in close to a part of a rice mill campus, there is high air pollution on the north and west side of the site due to the site rice plant. Air pollution from the south due to Sonkra Road, heavy noise pollution from the above three sites again due to the plant and the movement of trucks. Finally, one good thing about the site is that it has good farmland views towards the east. Being architecture students, the first thought we came across was how can the build in itself respond to all the pollution aspects of the site. Next slide.
Our goals not only included the 10 contests of the competition, but our main goal, the carbon negative building prototype and waste management, acoustic comfort, air quality, and daylighting go along with it. The design process. The design process included an open courtyard. We first went through an open courtyard, but it was leading to a lot of heat gain from the convective gains. So we proposed an enclosed design with courtyard and atriums. Atriums to provide ample daylight and courtyard to create our own microclimate and gather all the social spaces around it. The west court and all the services were laid to the west as there was a lot of noise pollution, and it acted as a buffer to prevent the heat and the noise pollution. The envelope was optimized keeping in mind three metrics. The first, cost, thermal conductivity, and the global warming potential, that is the CO2 emissions that are being done. So we chose our materials agrocrete, that resulted in 20% cost reduction, and we created our own material, that is rice husk ash insulation. Our envelope was optimized to ECBC case values, and yes, they had a high insulative performance. Talking about the wall assembly, we had agrocrete, the RHA insulation, and the cement board, and we had high reflectivity China mosaic tiles at the top of our roof. So talking about our insulation, talking about our innovation, rice husk ash insulation, we had several discussions with Lloyd Insulations, and we found that the insulation that we have created was made from 80% of rice husk ash, and it was very cost effective as it was very cheap, and also it had a very low carbon emissions. So this helped in our goal, that was to create a net carbon negative building in total. The next innovation that we did was in our structure. 50 to 60% of the timber was eliminated. 50 to 60% of the RCC was eliminated and was replaced by timber, which increased the overall tensile strength of the building. And the RCC frame on the external acted as a barrier for the external elements, like external weather elements. And this can be proposed as a trend. So all the big players in the world can definitely use this model as a trend, and they can make their building carbon negative as well. And Also, this model provides a superior fire resistance.
One concern also in the Haryana is the ongoing water scarcity. So looking to that, the combination of the RCC and CLT structure that we have provided that drastically cuts down the use of water on site during the construction and also the weight of the structure. So we more and more focused on reducing the use of RCC because RCC also uses ample amount of steel, and the steel manufacturing industries also uses great amount of water. So at today's time, not only the air pollution on or the carbon emissions, but water is also a great challenge that should be tackled by every building. And now coming on to the site level planning. So on the site level planning, as we have a road that's just passing from near the western side of the building, so we have proposed a tree layer that acts as a buffer between the building and the outside that road that's creating the pollution. And also we have kept the entry of the executives and the office owner from the front and the general office employees from the back. And moving on. So on the building level planning, looking towards the general building planning, we have placed our core and western core to create a noise and thermal buffer between outside and the inside conditioned workspaces. On the eastern side of the conditioned area, we have placed our cabins and boardrooms that has less occupancy to act as a thermal buffer again to reduce the cooling load of highly occupied open plan office. And on the second floor, we have placed the owner's cabin and guest room that also has less occupancy, and as it's exposed to as the roof is exposed to the outside, so we have placed the less occupied space on the top to reduce the cooling load. And also we have provided a courtyard that's to the response to the outside pollution. So we have created our own microclimate using the courtyard where the occupants can open their windows uh, from where the natural ventilated area will get the fresh air supply. And also moving on. So in the blue area, the light blue area, that's the area that's catered by the radiant floor cooling plus dedicated outdoor air system, and the green area that's been indicated is are the natural ventilated area, and the yellow part in the lower ground we have placed our R&D department in the lower ground because R&D department requires special amount of high amount of cooling. So to reduce the cooling load, we have placed the R&D department inside the lower ground, and also a half part of the cafeteria because a cafeteria has been occupied for just like 1 or 2 hours in the day, and it also requires high cooling load. So we have provided that in the lower ground to reduce the cooling load drastically. Okay, moving on. So looking to the season-wise strategy, our primary strategies in the months of summer, like March to May, is to use a dedicated outdoor air system and radiant floor cooling in the conditioned area. And for the unconditioned part, natural ventilated area, we have proposed a combination of courtyard and atrium, in which the greenery and the water bodies that are present in courtyard will provide cooler air inside the unconditioned area, and the hot air will pass through the out of the control dampers in the atrium. Plus, to cater to that, we have provided mist cooling that activates when the hours go out of the comfort level. Yeah, moving on. So in monsoons, it's just that the occupants in the conditioned area also can open their windows in the atrium, and in turn will get the fresh air from the courtyard. So to reduce the load on the cooling coil of the AHUs and to get the fresh air when the outside air temperatures are in the comfort range. And in the winters, we have provided the fins. The fins in the courtyard will provide full sun exposure to the natural ventilated area in winters and will block all the sun radiation in the summers. So they are angled in that way. Okay, moving on.
Adaptive thermal comfort is choice. Unlike a modern day office building where we have no choice for a naturally ventilated area, our design provides a choice. Our design has a naturally ventilated area just besides a tree and all, so the people can feel the nature and be in the nature. Uh, when we are not allowed a choice, traditionally we had no air conditioning at their homes, and the occupants being from a middle class family, they definitely would prefer to sit in a naturally ventilated area in the comfortable hours. So our design provides that solution. We calculated the uncomfortable hours. It came out to be 654 uncomfortable hours, for which we catered with the help of mist cooling. Coming on to the cooling.
Also, yeah, we have used the steam, that is a waste heat from the rice plant, to activate the vapor absorption chiller that runs the radiant floor cooling and the chilled water. Because our main motive is to use every single thing that's been offered by the industries, and every industry have a source of waste heat. So, in a scalability point of view, they can use waste heat for the cooling of the building.
The comfort were met with the winters with the PMV. We calculated with the PMV tool, and a clothing factor of 2 was sufficient to provide ample comfort in winters. And for the summers, we have our radiant cooling systems. Lighting was optimized with the LPD of
Okay,
3.6, using the
Team Sparkam, I'm so sorry. I'll have to
yes.
stop you guys here. Your time is up.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Great work. Now let's move on to our last
Thank you.
presentation, which is from Team Stellar. But before that, let's take a quick break while we wait for the speakers to join in.
Hello.
All right. Our last presentation is from Team Stellar, the winner of the Community Resilience Shelter Division. Team, please share your screen and please go on a presentation mode. Okay, so before you guys begin your presentations, a quick instruction. You will have 10 minutes to present your work to the jury. At the 9th minute, I will ring you a signal. You won't have an 11th minute, which means at 10 minutes, I will stop you and ask you to end your presentation. So stage is yours now. All the best.
Neil, could you make it into presentation mode?
Sorry, is my screen not visible?
Yes, you can share your screen again. Okay, please go in the presentation mode. Please go in a presentation mode, slide mode.
Is it visible now?
Yes, your screen is visible, but I think you'll have to go in a slide mode. Can you do that?
Please guide me towards it. Some beginning, right?
Yes. Just activate it.
Okay, I can just share the screen.
Sure. Okay. We will stream your slide now. Okay, great. We can see the slide. You can begin now. Are you guys ready? Let me know when you guys
Yeah.
are ready.
Okay. Should we start?
Sure. Yeah. All the best.
Okay. Thank you. According to UNDP, Mumbai has a shelter infrastructure index of about 0.5 by 3, and India has a shelter infrastructure index of 0.8 by 3. Having identified 15 different disasters, although one solution is more possible and ideal, but given the country's social cultural diversity, it becomes a monumental task. We took this up as a challenge and chose shipping containers as our main material. Next. We chose shipping containers for a few reasons. Firstly, it was modular, it has great structural strength, it is low maintenance, and can be built in areas having dense built area already. Next. So, why Vihan? Next. It is extremely adaptable to almost all climates. It's a modular solution which is scalable to all heights. Keep tapping till you get to the last one. It is earthquake resistant, and the energy usage is reduced by almost 50%. It the it is net zero water efficient and also is smart as such is linked to the internet. It aims to be a safe environment to all people during times of resilience and disaster, and the location you choose. Next. The modules which are implemented can be majorly divided into three categories. First being the utility category, second the priority category, and third the essential category. Next. The design is modular and is flexible enough to adapt to different climatic and different topographical conditions as per the given site context and climate. Next. 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 Vihan in Mumbai. The site we chose was the Varli Kolivada bus station and the G South Ward located in Mumbai. The G South Ward is located at a slightly lower level compared to the rest of Mumbai and is thus a bit more prone to cyclones and floods. We chose the Varli Kolivada bus station as it is located at an elevation of about 7 meters and is less prone to flooding and is the most accessible point from all extreme points of Kolivada. Next.
The site being a bus depot. Next, keeping intact the existing function of bus depot, the best office and the canteen has been provided on the right hand side and the entry for the resilient shelter on the left hand side. The central void will be utilized for the parking area of the bus lane, segregating the best circulation from the resilient shelters. Next, during disasters, these spaces are converted into dwelling units for people to stay, and the clinics and healthcare are provided for health facilities. The view shows how we imagine the spaces to be used by the users of the Kolivada. Next, an overview of the functions during normal days. The best office and the cafe is occupied on the ground and the first floor, the clinic on the second floor, library on the fourth and the fifth floor, and the rest of the spaces are occupied by the community gathering space. Whereas during resistance, clinics and wards now occupy the entire of the second floor. Dwelling units utilize third and the fourth floor, leaving the remaining spaces for the community discussions. Next. The shelter houses a maximum of 250 users with 50% of energy and 100% of water as backup at the time of resistance.
We took a step ahead and also designed a disaster management app for BMC. This app has a minimal design which can give early warning alerts to the user. The app being backed by GIS and GPS technology tells the user the safest and shortest possible route to the nearest resilient shelter. Next. The front end of the authority access of the app also acts as a common management platform to optimize the communication between different stakeholders such as government and NGOs and communities so that they can take important decisions in important times. Also, the app has a feature of crowdfunding which can bring the public into the rescue process. Next. Being a resilient shelter and energy engineering was an important factor. We took the principle of ABCD, which is basically anchorage of foundation, bracing of modules, connections of structural members, and single diaphragm as a roof. Next. Shipping containers already being made to exist in different and most harsh weather condition makes it easier for them to resist earthquake and natural cyclone loads. Next. The stacking of the containers are done with the iso casting at the corners to other containers with the help of vertical and horizontal twist lock. Further stacking can be done in the same manner. For more structural stability, single crossing and double cross bracing was provided to make the structure resistant to earthquake and cyclone loads. Next. Reusing the steel containers is saving up to 90% of the steel embodied energy. After breaking down the structure's embodied energy, we came up to the sum of 18,477.76 megajoules, which is 59.4% less than a conventional RCC structure, hence making it eco-friendly. Next. For making the containers thermally comfortable, insulation was designed by listing the prices and the performance quality of different insulation materials. Polyurethane insulation was used as the final product, which costs less and makes it more comfortable. The thickness of the insulation were decided as per the design. Next. Dealing with the southern sunlight, optimization of the facade was done with flow radiation, amount of daylight, and minimum surface area of the material. From 572 solutions, the best orientation was selected, which resulted in 10% reduction in total radiation of the flow. Next. The opening of the lures was done by the principle of opening of radius being inversely proportional to radiations. Next, the vertical plantation of the lures, the vertical plantation of English ivy plants in between the lures makes the facade a biowall, as well as it acts as an air filter and dehumidifier. Usage of water and carbon dioxide in the previous reaction makes the biowall self-sufficient in functioning. Next, we as an alternative to the traditional HVAC, we have introduced desiccant cooling, which has enabled us to reduce the operational cost of the HVAC to about 50%, and we can save about 12,000 rupees in a year. Next, by providing and using different ECMs, we came down from 86.4 to 39.94 of EPI of resultant EPI, which is approximately 50% less than the original. Next, as the site being flanked with high rises between either sides of the building, wind energy was used for renewable generation. Next, but even after using wind energy, the building was not being net zero. Therefore, we opted for symbiotic net zero relationship. Due to a dense context, it becomes very difficult for mid-high-rise buildings to achieve net zero conditions. In such cases, symbiotic net zero relationship can come into play, in which inefficiency of one building is connected with reducing storage capacity load of another building. Considering a case of deficient shelter A and shelter B, the surplus energy from shelter B will be transferred from P2P blockchain energy transfer to the another building. In future, the advancement of technology can have a decentralized distribution of energy in between the different electrical loads of the network. Next, the advantages of this system being that it reduces transmission loss, it uses more renewable energy, and can decrease the use of third-party involvement. Next, you're on mute, EK.
Sorry. Net zero water efficiency was achieved during times of normalcy and during times of disaster. The rainwater which has been collected through the terrace catchment area and the groundwater runoff area will be put through respective filters and stored in a UGT, which will then be supplied to all white water functions. Given white water functions will collect this, will be water will be cleaned and filtered with the use of a eco STP and thus be stored in a grey water container. This grey
Okay,
water
team,
UGT will.
your time is up. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I have to stop you guys here. Okay, thank you so much. Great presentations. Well, I think those presentations from the 4 teams were also grand. Now, the jury will have a separate session to discuss who wins the grand prize. And while they do that, let's take a short tea break. After the tea break, we will announce all the awards. Don't bite off all your nails. See you soon. Hello. Hi, Ashwini. So, hello.
Hello.
Yeah. So, Ashwini, before we start the session, I just wanted to do a quick AV check for you. Can you say something?
Just 1 minute, huh?
Okay. Meanwhile, hi, Amitabha. Let's do a quick AV check for you.
Hello.
Amitabha, I think there's a noise, background noise from your end.
Not from my end, Amanda. Can you hear
Oh,
me properly?
yeah. Great. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Ashwini. How are you?
Hello. Good. How are you?
I'm good.
So,
Okay, great.
yes, I think,
So,
are you able to hear us properly?
yes, I am able to hear you guys very well, loud and clear. Yeah. So, shall we begin our session?
Yeah. So, Amanda, just one question. There was some announcement about the popular awards, and we were supposed to get that name for the popular awards winner in the movie
One,
section.
1 minute. Uh, yeah, we'll
Because we
we'll
were
get
told
back
that
to you
we
soon.
have to announce that. We'll have to
Yes,
announce
yes,
that.
yes. Yeah. So we'll get back to you.
Okay. Sure.
All right. Hello, decathletes. Welcome to the final awards presentation. I hope you guys are still energetic because we have more and more awards coming up. So let's start with the movie awards first. Our jury for the movie awards are Ashwini Deodeshmukh, the head of CSR and sustainability reporting at Godrej, and Amitabh Basur, the president of ISHRI. They will first announce the People's Choice Movie Award. So over to you, Ashwini and Amitabh.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Well, I can say that at least in the jury award, we sweated it out. We faced a lot of challenges, problems in terms of selecting one, because all of you were so good, I tell you. And I'm sure Ashwini will agree with me. But let's hear who is the popular choice. I mean, which one is the popular choice? So Ashwini, will you do the honors? Will you announce the popular choice award?
Amitabha, I would say that it would be good if you could announce.
Okay, sure. I'll take the pleasure. So the Popular's Choice Award by far is Skander's Family. Congratulations, Skander's Family team. Excellent movie you have rolled out. That was a very, very, I would say, close choice with the juries also, I would say. Congratulations. Heartiest congratulations to you. Yes, Ashwini, would you like to say something to them?
I think Amitabha, even Skander's Family was sort of going strong for us too. And we also appreciated a lot, and we debated a lot about the kind of background they have built for the project, as well as a lot of good renders and the way they presented also. So congratulations, and I think we are good to go, because I think we did a good choice also, which is rather we are close, I would say. So for me, this is a great opportunity, and I thank Solar Decathlon to actually give me a chance to have a sort of a very quick review. I am sure other judges had a tough task, really going through all the projects and detailing it out. And comparatively, Amitabha and myself had a really easier task, that given all the details in a very short span of 3 minutes. And I can understand it's really tough for each of the team to really put all their work in a succinct manner in 3 minutes, and which I'm glad to see that most of you have really done very, very well. So basically, for me, it's has been a pleasure, as well as a learning journey. And I'm happy to say note that sustainability and CSR is really not a competitive space. Basically, the conversations, I feel, need to be basically as, hey, I really have got something and really would like to share with you, and really you can also take it up. So this kind of conversation I could see in all your movies, and I'm happy to see that the younger generation is really taking this task of sustainability way ahead and very nicely. So congratulations, I would say, to each and every team who has put in a lot of work in this in making each of this movie. We enjoyed each of them.
Absolutely, Ashwini. And as a very rightly said by Ashwini, all of you have done an excellent work, I will say. And it was really, really tough for us to select you. But comparatively, I would say the Solar Decathlon team had made the presentation so nicely. And our task was limited to choosing the movies. So it was a bit easier for us, but it was not that easy as it was not at all a cakewalk, I can tell you that. All of you have been very well. Those who are not getting the award, do not for a moment feel that your work was not up to the mark. All the movies were very, very nice, and we really enjoyed watching them. What we looked at while selecting is, of course, the story that you are telling, based on the scheme that you have laid, and of course with the quality of videography and mixing and sound and voiceovers and everything put together. So it was a very, very pleasant watch, I can tell you, that all the movies that we had to kind of see and judge. But it was a tough call. It was a very close call. And therefore, whoever will not hear your name on this platform, do not feel that you have not done a good job. All of you have done an excellent job. I like to kind of stress on that. And thank you, Solar Decathlon, for giving us this opportunity. It's a wonderful experience, I can tell you. And it is a wonderful experience and learning from you guys also, I'm sure. but make this a mission. Let this not be just on paper, just not on projects, just not on movie. This is the mission to build a better India for tomorrow and a better environment for all of us tomorrow, for the future generations to come. So we look forward to that. And here, Ashwini, anything you want to add? Or Amanda, over to you.
Thank you, Amitabh. Thank you, Ashwini. We just announced the People's Choice Movie Award, which was won by Skander's family. Now let us announce the award for Best Movie Award, which was judged by Ashwini and Amitabh. Would you like to take over, Ashwini? Please announce the Best Movie Award.
Certainly, Ashwini, you go with this.
Yes, thank you, Amitabh. It's my pleasure and my honor. The best movie from our side, I would say it's somewhat like a critic movie, is the Evolution movie, and we really this is the winner for this year. And congratulations to the team. I think Amitabh would. From my side, I feel that the movie was really having each and every element inspiration, information, and was, as I said to many times during the jury also, it is really feature rich and feature packed. So from my side and Amitabh's side, this is a clear winner, and we congratulate the team. And as Amitabh said, no team is I would say a loser, but each and every team has put in its effort and is good on one standard. But we felt that Evolution had something extra. So basically, for us, and we judge it as a winner for this year. Amitabh sir, you could add your points too.
Very hearty congratulations, Evolution team. You really done a wonderful job. And, it was a little bit of debate between me and Ashwini for a little moment, but both of us gave you as a clear winner. There was no dispute on that. We were just debating for the sake of debating, but both of us knew that you were going to take this, and you have taken it. So many, many, many congratulations to you. You guys have really done a fantastic work.
All right. Thank you, Ashwini and Amitabh.
Thank you.
And congratulations to the team. So, looks like we may have some movie careers in the making. Speaking of new careers, let's bring on Alok Deshmukh and see who has been selected for the Climate Launchpad Business Incubation. So, over to you, Alok.
Hi, thanks, Amanda. So, this year, one thing that we're doing different also is that from amongst the finalists, we were given a task to decide who would be shortlisted for selection to the Climate Launchpad Business Incubation Hub. So what is the Climate Launchpad? Just very quickly, it is the world's largest green business ideas competition. And what we were looking for in the team's entries was clarity in the innovation and scalability and market potential contests. We were looking for, if the innovation was looking to solve a particular problem, we were looking for whether it was a design solution, maybe it was a particular product in the way they might be using something, maybe it was a financial model, a different way of looking at things. And the jurors for this were essentially from the industry of the division jury. So Vinay Natarajan from St. Gobain Research, I was there from Superhuman Race Private Limited. We had Dheeraj Wadhwa from Carrier and Isaac Emmanuel from Covestro India. And so we looked at all the entries from this point of view of which entries would have the most promise in terms of making it to a business incubation hub, and then going through the business incubation process of Climate Launchpad and seeing whether or not there was a business idea that can be then taken to scale in that incubation hub. So without much ado, and even as I go into the announcement of the teams that we did pick, I do want to encourage each and every one of the finalist teams to take a look at the Climate Launchpad. And if you think that there is a way in which you can even independently apply to be part of the Business Incubation Hub, please consider that. Even if you don't go for the climate launchpad itself, I would encourage each of you to look at your project partners, engage with them further, and essentially ask them the question that, we've worked with you for as many months as we have. Now, can we make a real project out of it? Will you put your money where your mouth is? And see whether you can actually take it into implementation. I would encourage all of you to do that. So now, without much further ado, the teams that we did shortlist, the industry members from the division jury, are as follows. Teams Parikam, what was really appreciated was the rice husk insulation implementation. After that, the team that was picked was Team Stellar for the use of shipping containers to quickly build community resilient shelters at scale. Then we picked Team Ferb for your innovations with regards to the kinetic facade and radiant cooling, also your recycling initiatives to aid greening. Team Archons for your the optical fiber lamps, so to speak, the agrocrete and the bamboo modules. Team 0 is to 0 is to 0 for your cooling as a service idea, and also the post occupancy user manual app that you devised. And then finally, Team Scandus family for your integration of the Earth Air Tunnel heat exchanger and the AHU VRV system that you have proposed. So congratulations to all the team members. It's going to be an exciting journey, even going forward from this point, as you take your ideas and projects and see whether or not there is a business to be made out of this. And we have great hopes from each one of you, not just these 5 teams, but all of the finalists, because we do think that there is a really good core here for us to kind of change the world together. So congrats to all of you.
Thank you, Alok, and congratulations, team. Let us not forget that behind every successful team is a passionate faculty mentor. Today, we will announce the Outstanding Faculty Award to recognize the efforts of these mentors. To announce this prestigious award, we have Dr. Saket Saraf, who is on the group of advisors of Solar Decathlon India. So over to you, Saket.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Saket.
Hi. Thanks, Amanda.
Yeah, I can hear
Nice
you,
to see you.
but
And you
I
can see
cannot
me.
see you. Can you? No, I
Oh,
cannot.
all right. Sorry.
Great. Yeah.
Thanks,
Okay.
thanks, Amanda, for the opportunity. Hello, everyone, and hope you're enjoying every minute of the last 2 days of the event. I'm really excited to be here. A culmination of 11 months of very hard work by a wonderful team of students, faculty, industry partners, and the organizers. So, now I welcome all of you to a very special award, the Outstanding Faculty Award. Something which is very, very close to my heart. It is dedicated to all those who are the backbone of the competition. And I'm stressing on backbone to quote one of the teams who kind of said that their faculty mentor was the backbone behind everything that they did. In my opinion, the faculty mentors were not only nurturing the winning teams, but also creating new climate leaders, and that the climate leaders that we are also eagerly looking forward to and support. For all of those and some of us who have mentored teams know how difficult it is and how challenging it is, and even during a non-pandemic situation. And of course, during pandemic, these challenges were compounded many folds. As one of the faculty puts it, and I'm just quoting here, that they were working with students that they had never met with, some being from another institute, another discipline, or sometimes another city altogether. And they were totally unaware of their strengths, weaknesses. And so they had to devise innovative ways to overcome many of such unique problems, show deep empathy, and work with the team to keep them motivated, help them in their struggles, during the last 11 months through many academic, professional, and personal challenges. And this is where, most of the faculty members kind of stepped up and rose to the occasion. that has given us all the wonderful presentation that we have seen today and yesterday. Right? So that made our task very challenging. The selection process was very difficult, extremely nuanced, and very qualitative. We were trying to find a way to get inside these faculty mentors to see what she or he was thinking, doing, and acting, and then triangulate it with what students were kind of seeing on ground and how it helped the students to overcome some of these challenges and grow into climate leaders. Right? So what I would do now is take a moment to walk you through the process, right? And the reason I am taking this extra time to kind of help to walk you through the process is because it also shows the kind of things that we at Solar Decathlon India value and what the winner that I'm going to announce in a while really epitomizes. Right? So we started with a three-pronged approach. First, we asked the faculty members several open-ended questions, about their effort to create and sustain a multidisciplinary team. Right. So this is one of the unique competition in India, and for most of the architectural students and engineering students, when they are asked to work in a very multidisciplinary environment remotely with the academic curriculum going on in parallel and the industry partners. So this is no more like a closed door studio exercise. They are working with real clients, real problems on ground, and the pandemic, right? And we also asked the faculty members about their efforts to recognize and respond to the teams and the students' unique needs. What are the experiences they had in the process? What challenges they experienced? How they responded to them, right? So we kind of bombarded them with a couple of very open-ended qualitative questions. And we also asked them about what they would do differently next time and what were their visions for educating students to tackle climate change. And then we received a number of responses from various faculty members. Then we triangulated those responses with a kind of a student survey. We asked the students about what they thought about their faculty, right? Their faculty member. We asked them whether or how he or she demonstrated organizational skills, whether they respected the diversity of perspectives, they took initiative to bring in additional resources, they encouraged and motivated the students, they demonstrated listening skills, right? This is something very important in a faculty mentor, and provided constructive feedback, made time available for them. Were they available round the clock for them? When I say round the clock, in times when they really needed them, and whether they contributed towards their becoming climate leaders in their own unique way, right? And then the last part of this evaluation process was we asked the head of the department to understand how these faculty members, mentors who are doing amazingly good job, how they went beyond just guiding the student and what impact they had back in their architectural college or the engineering college where they're associated with, and how they were, through the Solar Decathlon India competition, changing the pedagogy around climate responsive designs. Right? So this was the whole kind of a complex process we used. And to be honest, this was not a surprise. There were many great faculty mentors out there, and they worked very hard with their teams to reach the finals, right? And you can appreciate their efforts that they've had by looking just at the great entries we have been seeing for last 2 days. Right? So I kind of bow in respect to each of the faculty member who stood by their teams, through thick and thin over the last 11 months, right? So I think all the faculty members deserve this great applause from all of us. Among all these truly inspiring, hardworking faculty mentors, one person stood out, the winner of this outstanding faculty award, right? And this person stood out throughout the competition over the last couple of months, in the nomination documents, in the student feedback, right? And this person is the winner that I will be announcing. But before I announce the winner, let me just read out one line of a quote from their student, right? And in the words of the student, our faculty advisor was the real backbone behind the team. He was a constant support for all of us, motivating and helping us in difficult situations to solve our problem. Okay? So friends, I present to you the outstanding faculty mentor for Solar Decathlon India 2021, Professor Gunjan Kumar, the faculty mentor of Team Nivas from Institute of Engineering and Management, Kolkata, and Om Dayal College of Architecture, Kolkata. Congratulations, Professor Gunjan. He is an assistant professor at the Institute of Engineering and Management, Kolkata, a mechanical engineer by training, and also student activities chair at ISHRE Kolkata chapter. Thank you, Professor Gunjan, for being an outstanding faculty mentor, being an outstanding faculty, and a role model for your students, and your students vouch for you every moment. So I would invite you to kind of share your experiences in mentoring, give us some tips and your peers on what it takes to be a good mentor. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, complete Solar Decathlon team. I hope I'm audible enough, sir. Can you confirm?
Yes, we can.
Yes. So very first, let me dedicate this complete award to a great execution skill that Solar Decathlon team has given each and every teacher that has participated in this process. So on the behalf of complete, I can say the 70 team, more than 105 institutes participated, and all the participants, I want to dedicate this award to the Solar Decathlon Authority, the great team that has done a wonderful execution. You may be surprised why I'm doing this dedication to the Solar Decathlon. You know, throughout the process, when generally it is spoken that multidisciplinary leadership skill, power of communication, power of network, I think you have packed in single packet and you have handed over as to a teacher like us to present in front of my student. That's the reason I have dedicated to that. With this, also you have given us a wonderful industry partner. I'm very much thankful to my industry partner, Mahindra Life Space, my 11 industry partner further, that is I have bring with various support resources, motivation, encouraged from all quarter end, which is spending from the SAP Spain, because my team was more electronics dominated. So they have more interest in the digital network, digital footprint of the buildings. So like that, we have the building services, then all other award that Mr. Ashu Gupta, Mr. Anuj Gupta, Mr. Naveen Gupta, from various industry, ASI industry, the inner engineering, ASI one. So each and every one I feel as a part of the bigger network today. So this network that you have given us is not only to me, to complete network that is given to all the faculty members. With these faculty members, a student, of course, a batch generation will come, but this seed that you have planted to this young mind and also to given this network to the institute, I'm very much sure it is going to be a long effect in days to come for our net zero future, sustainable future of India. More than that, now I'm coming to the mentoring aspect. You know, very first important is the power of communication that we as a teacher need to be given to all our students, because when you are handling a project is not going to be your problem of your question paper, or I can say the textbook. The problem will change if you are not knowing the constant of the site. So that's why opening up the initial discomfort zone to a more communication, so that you will enter in the comfort zone. Then integrating the generally academia need to be balanced, academics and your own project work need to be balanced. What I have done is I have two groups in the as a mini project, so that student can take this ease of doing the project. Not more than that, also generally we have to go with the strength of the student. That's very important, and always have a one backup, because you may be surprised to note even today out of my 15 team, 10 is directly indirectly suffering from corona. In fact, I'm also corona positive, but energy of Solar Decathlon keeping me going, and I'm very much happy as a teacher, as a mentor, with a part of that. You know, this energy is so strong. it will overcome even on the corona. I'm very much sure. This positive energy of learning, hungry, passion for doing something that is going to be an impact for a future. As a teacher, we can be the change maker through this Solar Decathlon India that given beautiful gift. If as a teacher we can take it, carry forward further by now our assignment may be to go for a little bit more component or system wise exposure where a student is facing a problems. I'm sure in days to come, this all the finalists, all the winners, all the further future potential team of Solar Decathlon is going to be a phenomenal in the terms of sustainable future. With this note, I want to compliment, congratulate not only the winner, not only the grand winner, but each and every participated person in this Solar Decathlon. Faculty conference was the superb, where we got a lot of network. So many at the beginning itself, number of team participated. So I want to extend everyone the congratulations, because throughout the process you have made the learning so easy, network so easy. I think this is your award. The network is your award. Your journey of award, your association with project partner is your award, your association with the industry partner is your award. So as a teacher, I want to pass this message that in future must more eagerly involved in this sort of decathlon, because it will change your way of thinking when you are start. Because at the end I want to close, if you want to learn the swimming or bicycle, book will not be able to teach you. Only you have to hold the bicycle or you have to jump in the pond. Take a mentor, correct mentor in your life, and just go on, just go on. During the process, you will learn everything. So with this, my sincere thanks to each and every authority, each and every delegate participated in this Solar Decathlon event. Over to you, sir. Thank you, sir, for choosing me and giving me this honor. I feel honored, humble, and always dedicated to my lovely team, Nivas, lovely Solar Decathlon execution team, Solar Decathlon India, my project partner, my industry partner. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gunjan. We hope that you would continue to associate with us and with the future teams and their faculty. I once again thank all the faculty members, all the faculty mentors of all the teams to make this event an institution in itself, right? And be there for the students. Thank you, everybody. Over to you, Amanda.
Thank you, Saket. And congratulations, Professor Gunjan Kumar. Your mentorship to the students has been truly outstanding. Over the last few months, I have witnessed the kind of support, guidance, and inspiration you have provided to your students. Thank you. And finally, this is the moment we get to find out the grand prize winner. For that, over to you, Ben and Jeet.
Jeet, you can start.
Yeah, okay. So we were in a difficult situation for very good projects. And I think finally we've come to the conclusion that the school in Noida is the grand winner. And one of our jury members could not come to this meeting, but we'll try to tell you what we liked about this project. So first of all, it has a great potential. It's a very well worked out design, and I think this project deserves the grand prize. All the others were also good. I think we really like the multi-family housing project and the office and the shelter were all very well worked out. But this was something that stood out of the all the other projects. So of course there is a lot of feedback from all of us. The thing is that this project is in a very tight kind of residential layout, and with a lot of built up space, but they have handled it quite well considering all those constraints. So that's commendable, but certainly there is a lot of things which can be done to improve this design. And I hope the project partners take this idea forward and use some of the elements from your design. Yeah, Ben, you can go.
I will announce the second prize.
Sorry?
I should announce the second prize.
There's only one prize, I think, no?
I think there is only one prize. Okay. Okay. I don't know.
All
The
right,
percentage.
thank you. Thank you, Jeet and Ben.
We haven't heard any clappings. So the
Yeah,
winners.
so let's do that right now. So congratulations, team. So thank you, Jeet and Ben. So we have Ashok also here, and he has been a facilitator for these jury members during the discussions. So Ashok, would you like to add something here?
Oh, well, just a few points to highlight some of the things that were striking about the school project. The most important thing I think the school project managed to do was to think of the school as a not only as a business, but as something that has to respond to an economic construct, and the ability to convert all the innovative ideas that were to be integrated into the building as benefit on the one side to the student, and then as a benefit to the running of the school in economic terms, and also as something that brought out the greenness of the idea in very palpable terms of counting the number of trees, etc. So I think that focus on seeing how the rest of the world has to look at decision making and converting your language of design into their language of understanding for their understanding was one of the things that was done really very well. And it was not all, what should I say? It was very true. It was very, very well argued and well calculated. It was, disciplined. It was something which was very credible at the end of the day. So I think that stood out. And we also felt that the combination of ideas that constitute the school are a combination of ideas that can be taken to educational buildings, no matter which educational building, whether it is at a primary level or a secondary level, or whether it is located in the city or outside the city, or whichever climate it might be in. But it was a set of ideas which we felt which the jury felt really could be transported beyond this specific case. And so, just to sort of add on to what everybody had said, yeah.
Thank you, Ashok. So let's look back to all the winners once again and give a round of applause. So congratulations to all the winners. All right. We will arrange to congratulate all you guys, and we will arrange to send you the trophies and prizes soon. I promise. With that, over to you, Prasad.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. Well, we're getting towards the end of the Solar Decathlon India 2020-21 challenge. For all of us, it's been a long journey, It's been a difficult journey in many cases, many instances, and you all have withstood and made it here. Winners, not so winners, runners up, all of you are here now, and this is the time for us to sort of, either call this the end or say, what does this mean going forward? I want to start by conveying a very heartfelt gratitude to an entire legion of people and organizations. We made an attempt to list everyone in our credits video. I hope you got a chance to see it. In there, you might see your own name, the name of someone you know, or the name of an institution or organization that you are close to. So many people and so many organizations have contributed to this effort. So one of the things that you can see from this video is that this is our community. This is your community now. And I think from the beginning, from what Arjun started all the way to what we were hearing this morning, there is some meaning to this community in terms of what you can do with it, how you can leverage it, how we can all work together. So use it. On behalf of the supervisory group of Solar Decathlon India, I want to thank our sponsors, our supporters, our affiliates, jury members, reviewers, advisors, technical group, resource group members, our colleagues from IIHS and AEEE, and the fantastic and super dedicated core team of organizers. I also want to thank the team from Sarcon, our virtual event platform vendor. Your team has been an absolute pleasure to work with. We've learned what it means to be away from each other and yet be able to work together in a very difficult situation. What we have seen in these 2 eventful days, the presentations that we saw, the movies that we have seen, the voted for, all of this, remember, is just a keystone. It's a keystone on 9 months of hard work by students, faculty, and their partners. And we have before us now young leaders who want to and can change the world. And you guys are really the stars. With your overwhelming response and your dedication, you have been an inspiration to us. Really, I mean, I mean that. I'm speaking for, the entire organizing team here. That, every day it made our day. Every night it made our day to be able to interact with you and see what you guys were doing. You have shown us practical net zero solutions proposed for homes, schools, colleges, offices, community shelters that are spread across the country. Many of the solutions are worthy of being taken forward. I want to encourage you to do that. Let's make your work count. Our team will continue to support you on that, and we'll stay in touch. And I know you're eager to get to the career connections. We have a lot of companies that are excited to meet the finalists. You can launch your careers and charge ahead. So finalists, please go there right after this. For you and for us, this isn't the end. We have a climate crisis on our hands. And we have a lot of work to do. All of us have a lot of work to do. This year's participants have set a really high benchmark. A benchmark for next year's challenge, which is 2.0. Solar Decathlon India 2020-2022. Let's ring it in. Thank you.
India is going to build 6 million homes every year for the next 10 years. But people living in these homes would not have something basic, something that is taken for granted. Safe, resilient, comfortable homes in the face of climate change. And these homes would exacerbate the problem of climate change for everyone. Climate change. While the problem seems so big, we believe together we can solve it. So, we brought the Solar Decathlon Challenge to India to help solve it. And while business as usual construction consumes enormous amounts of energy and causes emissions, the first year's participants of Solar Decathlon India are working on 12 million square feet of real estate, making it net zero energy, net zero water, and climate resilient. While governments face the challenge of decarbonizing our economy, and while businesses look to the UN Sustainable Development Goals to find ways to make an entry, we asked everyone to jump in, and an entire ecosystem responded. Students, faculty, real estate developers, NGOs, the manufacturing industry, technology partners. Solar Decathlon India is a different kind of challenge. We facilitate the brightest minds in the country from the disciplines of engineering, architecture, data science, management, and finance to produce incredible ideas, to design buildings that are carbon neutral and affordable. They work on live building projects. They collaborate with the industry to innovate and deploy cutting-edge technologies. Every building built through Solar Decathlon India will be monitored for performance, so you can see what they make possible. They are 1,000 students from 103 colleges this year. They are 150 plus faculty mentors. They have worked on 75 live building projects for 53 real estate partners. They are influencing real buildings even before stepping into the workforce. They are doing this because they care, because they want to make a difference, because they believe they can. Solar decathlons across the world have a proven record. 92% of previous decathletes are already making waves in the clean energy field. The proof lies in the fact that consumers are recognizing the value of their designs. These solutions could finally make our buildings future-proof. So, what next? This July, we launched the second cycle. We will have 1,200 students working on 120 real buildings. We will select teams for an incubation hub supported by a partner with an incredible infrastructure team that has already made their campus carbon neutral. Join us, get involved.